All right, what's happening, my friends? Good morning. How are you guys doing today? Welcome back. Good to see you all. Yeah, it is that time. Episode number 59. Gold is getting wrecked after our selling zone yesterday. Look at that shit. Oh my God. Look at where gold's at right now. 42.19. What a drop since yesterday's stream, which is just what, a couple hours ago in theory. So anyways, good to see you here during the Asian session. Awesome stuff. It's actually very nice. It feels good to be here in the morning. It's my first time ever in history I stream at this time, ever. So it kind of feels good. It feels like something new, like something fresh out of the box. All right. Hope you guys had a good day so far. And yeah, let's end today strong, I would say so. Let me know where you're from currently. I'm actually very curious from where you are currently watching from. And then we'll go from there, man. All right. Looking forward to this. Let's make it happen, my friend. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good morning. Let's see where you guys are from. Let me look in the chat real quick. I see some guys from India. I see some guys from Australia. Dubai. It's gonna be an early one for you, man. All right, Turkey. Kenya, 4 a.m. Damn. Ontario, Canada. That sounds more like it. Sounds more like the evening right there. Very nice. Florida, Texas. Uzbekistan, Philippines, Bermuda, Bulgaria. Okay, a lot of different countries. Less Europeans in the chat, huh? Less Europeans in the chat. Well, this is why we're here right now. We're here for you guys, the guys that are available during the Asian session. Sometimes many guys from Australia actually. They are not able to join the streams because of the fact that, you know, it's just so late for them. So therefore, it's awesome to have some Asian sessions as well right now. The market has been moving. Holy moly. Let's go over it right now. Look at this shit right there. Damn. Look at that reaction here. What a market, guys. What a market we have been dealing with right now. Okay. Absolutely crazy. That selling zone yesterday, man, that manipulation that took place in a matter of like, what, minutes? Right here. We have marked out that zone, price, whoop, and it dropped, and it actually broke that support. What I did not expect, okay? I did not expect us to leave the range a day before the CPI, actually. Because this is what we have today, right? We have the CPI today, month over month, year over year, everyone is waiting for the CPI to come out here. The expectations are that the inflation will come out higher than expected. Let's see if this is the case, if the inflation data will come out higher than the 3.8%. Because if that's the case, yeah, the dollar is going to keep on flying higher, you would say so, right? A strong labor market, strong dollar, but also a lot more inflation. If that comes to fruition as well, of course, we need to start thinking about these interest rates again, right? So we'll see how that goes. The expectation already was that they're gonna see a potential rate hike by the end of this year now. So let's see if the latest data will actually put some oil on the fire and go from there, okay? But for now, gold is just breaking down. It's showing zero signs of strength. Every push up gets drawn back down immediately, okay? Now I'm gonna show you something very interesting in the order flow, because this is something that we actually can not really see. And this is the interesting part about the order flow. During the Asian session, it is actually kind of different from the New York session and from like the London session, specifically the New York session. It's super interesting, but we never really talked about this on the streams because I never really could, okay? But now I'm gonna show you something interesting here in regards to the order flow that can actually show you something that might be of interest to you as well. And that is the passion. Sorry, did I say passion? You see, I'm still sleeping. 1 second. The passive limit orders, okay? The passive limit orders. Yes, sir. The passive limit orders. Not the market, not the aggressive. No, the passive, the limit orders. All right. Why do we look at that? Well, it's a very nice distribution. Right here on the right side, you can see this. Actually, let me just put this up for a second. Let me put this down as well so you understand what I mean here. You have these orders on the left, okay? Oh, these orders on the left right there. These are what we call the passive limit orders, okay? The passive limit orders. Don't worry, I don't have any light right now. It's charging. Also that right now. It's charging. I had to put it louder. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about the charts, okay? This is what we're seeing right now. The passive limit orders are sitting right below that. And actually, the larger those orders are, the more it gets drawn to as liquidity. It's like a drawn of liquidity. It acts like a magnet. You know what I mean? It acts like a magnet. Now anyways, you cannot actually see me at all right now. 1 second. Maybe we need to light it up a little bit here. We'll fix that later on. But anyways, the passive limit orders are sitting right there. This is what we are utilizing as a draw on liquidity. And during the Asian sessions, it actually works really well as that draw on liquidity. During the London session already, all these algorithms, all those algos come back into the market. The New York session as well, all those algos come back into the market. And then the distribution is no longer clear. You can never see a clear, huge order sitting somewhere at a certain level. Whereas in the Asian session, you can, which is actually very interesting. Something that we can use in our favor when we see something happening on this side of the screen. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of this. I will talk about this much more in the Asian sessions, about this side of the screen, the right side of the screen. We never really talk about it. We always talk about the candles. We never really talked on the streams about the limit orders on the right side of the screen. That is the interesting part. But anyways, we'll talk about this later on, okay? For now, what do we have to look at? We'll look at this number one. We talked about it yesterday too in the order flow, right? We said the following. We had, of course, our zone right here, right? This was that 4-hour zone, but it happened so quickly. We snapped that high, and that selling zone was already marked out because of this area. This was the NFP candle, and we could never break that NFP candle where the most volume was executed. And that happened in that red box right there. And price stepped into that right there, and it sold off. And then we took out those lows, and we said, okay, if we close below those levels on the 4-hour, which could happen in an hour or so, we said, yeah, then the chance of continuation is just so much more likely because of the fact that, yeah, the major zone has been taken out. The trend is still bearish. We take out that level, right? We manipulate the highs and we sweep the highs, break the lows, close below it. And then, of course, that continuation is much more likely to happen here. And then buyers started to step in here, failed. Buyers stepped in here, failed. Buyers stepped in here, failed. Okay? So we have been consistently looking extremely weak from that perspective, and we have not seen any strength of recovery, any signs of recovery coming in, okay? Until now. Right now, we're looking at some major volume. Look at that, 3.6K contracts right here with a lot of sellers below sitting right around there. And you can see what happened. We closed above this. This candle tapped into this right now, and it's actually flipping bullish. So if you go to the chart real quick, let's actually look at the chart right now. Whoop. And let's open up gold on the 15. Then you can actually see what I mean by there. We're consistently holding that support for now, okay? And the main reason why is, I think, because of the dollar, okay? If you look at the dollar right now at the moment, dollar on the 15-minute time frame, you can actually see right now that we are back at that resistance again, where we got rejected from, okay? This is always something that we have to look at. Why are we now holding that support on gold? Because the dollar is back at it. The dollar is back at that same resistance it got rejected from, not once, not twice, but now 3 times in a row, okay? So if you think, oh, why is gold bouncing now? Why is it holding that support? Yes, it's still weak. Trust me, gold is weak as fuck, okay? However, you can see clearly that the reason why gold is now holding that support is also because the dollar holding that resistance right now at this current moment right here, okay? So pay attention to this. I think it's super important to do so. The main reason why is just because the fact that, with the dollar right now being in resistance again and gold showing some signs of, strength, I would say, not strength, absorption, I could better say, right here. It's time maybe to look for some sort of pullback. Okay, now there are 2 things we can look at it. We can say, you know what, we're not going to trade the pullback. We're just going to look for the pullback first, and then we look for the continuation down. That is one way of looking at it. The other way is actually trying to be more aggressive and to trade the pullback itself, right? These are like the 2 scenarios. If you think about, let's say, a reversal, then this is the reversal, the pullback into the 24 again, which is this support right now. Okay, it's strong support, but the continuation might lead us back towards this level, which is higher, okay, which is sitting up here at the 59. So this is that resistance right now at the 59, right there. It's pretty much this zone actually, right around there, okay? That is resistance as well here. So we have that level, the 59 until the 81. It's actually a much larger push. It's actually something like this, right around there. Okay, that is that level right there. And it makes sense because I think that aligns very well. Let's just also mark out the swing high to the swing low here. Yeah, that aligns actually very well with the swing value area low right there. You see how it always aligns? How crazy it always is that you see these orders and then it always aligns with the volume level. That is no coincidence right there, okay? So yes, we'll already have resistance as well right around there, in my opinion. And the main reason why I'm saying that is because the following, let me put the music down a little bit, okay? It's because of the fact that the hourly is right there very strong. You see all those sellers there holding that control? You see that buyers try to step in here, all green, but the candle closed red. That is a sign of absorption as well by buyer or by sellers, okay? There's a large seller in the market. Market buyers were not able to push price higher, and they actually got rejected there. So there are 2 things you can do. If you're aggressive, this is the potential bounce. If you're, looking for the trend continuation, I think the best setup is still going to be the retracement and the potential continuation to the downside again, right around there, okay? So let's see what happens right there, but that's something that I would be willing to look at right here. Either it's going to do that, right, push into that zone. I would love to see that retracement there, of course. One thing why I would love to see that is because there is, and now we're going to go back to what I talked about right here, is that limit order. Okay, the passive orders in the market, you see that? There is that number right there, the 214, you see that? And that number is much higher. There's one there, but there is much higher than the rest here around this area, okay? And usually what could happen is that if we tap into those orders, we could find that as a magnet. It could act as some sort of magnet. If there's like a huge order sitting somewhere, which is there, we try to potentially fill that order, right? To then potentially react from that level. That is sitting at the 4,200. Makes total sense, okay? 4,205 all the way down to the 4,200, which makes total sense right there, okay? At the 4,200, we have that order right sitting there, okay? And this is the reaction that we currently are seeing at this current moment, right around there, okay? So that's why if we could push up, I would still look for the continuation shorts. I know the dollar is in that resistance right now, but the dollar seems to be coming up pretty strong. And there is a reason why the dollar came up that aggressively, right? Also, we have to take that in consideration. We saw that massive reversal yesterday. And yeah, I mean, we do have a bearish continuation on gold right now after that range, that manipulation during the New York session into that zone. And whoop, that sell-off right there. So yeah, trading with the trend seems to be the most legitimate option until we get invalidated, I would say. The invalidation would, of course, mean real strong breakout again, break of structure to the upside. That means we have to just break the highs, the put in control, pull back, and then look for a higher low. And then maybe, you know, if the dollar is indeed showing weakness, then, you know, it kind of makes sense from that perspective to trade down again. But for now, I don't think that that is something that we should think about at this current moment. Right here. So I'm looking to see if you could pull back, get towards the 58, 59, or this, yeah, the 58, 59-ish, which is somewhere around there. And on spot, I need to see what level this is on spot, but I think it is, let me see here. Just confirm it for you guys. That's probably going to be the 35. 35, yeah. 35. Yeah, roughly speaking, right around there. Okay, let's see if we can pull back, my friends. Let's see if we can pull back to this area. I think it's a very important level to watch, regardless. I think that this is where we will find hourly resistance already. And where last time sellers really took aggressive control of that continuation right there. Yeah, so what I'm looking for, push, continuation down. Yeah, let's see. At least to the 4,200, I would love to see here. It's already acting like a magnet though. Pay attention to this, right? The 4,200 is that major order. Be careful about spoofing. Yes, I agree with you. Absolutely. Keep in mind though, this order is sitting there for a long time. It's sitting there for a while. If you can get there and it gets removed, you most likely see usually the flush to the downside. So we're not trying to trade the bounce here. We use the orders as some sort of magnet rather than it being a level of support, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good morning, my friends. Welcome back. Still 444 people. I didn't expect that, actually. I expected, I expected no one to watch the Asian session because, we have never done that before. So, yeah, shout out to you, man. Love it. Love the vibes, actually. I love the Asian vibes. Love it. Goldie, where are you going to go? Let's see. The 42.36. 42.35, no? 42.35. Yes. Let's see if we can make a bit of a pullback. That would be nice, right? We would love to see that right here. Otherwise, we will react from this level. And we might actually find some support there. Who knows? Could be. Because we are at a crucial level. We cannot neglect that we are now definitely at a crucial level here, but I don't think it's wise to start buying right now. I think gold is absolutely selling off so dramatically. Every pushback gets immediately invalidated, right? So I don't think it's worth doing so right now at the moment, regardless of how far we have sunken already after yesterday's move. I don't think that that's something we should think about at this current moment. I think that the continuation is still more relevant until further notice. Yeah, dollar is holding up actually very well. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, even in the range right there, last week, the A sessions were actually very good. A lot of follow-through continuation. Not much news. Not much news. Not much manipulation. Just a lot of continuation or, a little bit more direction as well. A little bit more consistency, I would say. Yeah. We're still in the zone, though, right now at the moment. This is where all the sellers got absorbed. So it's actually very important to watch now what happens to gold here. If this closes below again, we're most likely going to go back straight to the 4200. Okay? Straight to the 42. But look at that reaction here. Don't neglect that level because we are holding up at that level. Okay? Look at that. Actually very interesting to watch this right now. Regardless of our selling zone there. We need to watch that level here because look at that flipping and that absorption. All those sellers again stepping in here. You see that? You see it all being red. Now, it's red, yeah, more sellers, but price is not really breaking down anymore. Okay? You see this right here? This is where sellers really were aggressive with so much volume. Look at that. 3,600 contracts in this candle alone, which is like a lot of volume for a 15-minute candle in the Asian session. So yeah, it looks very bearish here. If you look around the candlesticks, it looks pretty bearish right now in this candle. The question is, it's 1 minute and this candle is going to close very soon. And if it closes above this, we're still not there, right? So I would love to see a pullback for the continuation. Yeah. I've never seen you shorting gold yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But we had our selling zone yesterday into that area. We had our buying zone before that. That played out actually very well yesterday in the Asian session as well. So yeah, the range is pretty clear. Usually for me, range trading is actually quite clear because it's just a very simple way of looking at the market. I don't like to trade all these internals. Once the range is established, I like to look at the higher time frame zones. Where was the most volume traded on the 4-hour time frame in those higher time frame zones? We have trapped sellers there, right? We have trapped sellers or aggressive sellers there, and you're in that zone. And we only trade those extremes, the tops and the bottoms. And usually they want to take out the highs first, sweep the highs, sweep the lows, then reverse, stay within the range. And that's then the way to trade the ranges. It's not trade inside of the range. Inside, not inside of this range. Let's say, for example, not inside of this chop, but inside of the extremes, outside of it. So for example, when you take out those highs here, that's an area of interest. When those highs are taken out, right, this is an area of interest right here. When this low was taken out, or this low was taken out by this low, that was an area here, right? Things like that. That's how we look at the range trading, and then it's pretty nice. Now that we're trending again, it's pretty straightforward. It's different story. Anyways, we have to watch. We have to really watch the 4200 if we do break down. On the 1-hour time frame, we have a really, really clean level. This is such a nice area to watch. The major order there as well at the 4380. 304 contracts. That is exactly where we got rejected from. You see that? That is pretty much that level from yesterday. The manipulation during the New York session. That is that area right there. Major area. It's still there. Nothing has changed since then. Yes. But yeah, as you guys can see right now, do you see on the 50-minute how this level is holding up? You see that? Thanks, Lorenzo. How come large limits are acting like magnets? How does that work? That's a good question. So the way you should see the market is like an auction. Okay? So let's imagine that you have something for sale on a real auction. You know, these rich people with their wavy boards, right? Buy. I bid this, I bid that, right? It's like an auction. Okay, there are buyers and there are sellers in that auction. Okay, now if there is no buyer, or if there's a large seller saying, you know, I have 300 contracts there. If you want to buy it, I'm gonna sell it for this price. You can either take it or you can either leave it. Okay, if there is no liquidity, or if there are no large orders somewhere else, and there is a large buyer interested in gold, yet they are unable to fill that order, right? They need to start looking for the best possible price for the amount of volume that they want to accumulate. So they will have to find a medium. They will have to potentially trade towards that in order to fill their request. Okay? So what happens is when these large orders are placed in the market, and they're real orders, they're no spoofing orders, they're real orders sitting there, okay? At some point you could say, okay, there is not enough volume in the market except at that level. And then what happens is naturally price tends to draw towards those orders, right? To fill those orders. It's actually like a magnet. It really works like some sort of magnet, okay? And this is what you would look at also if you would use tools like the bookmap. Maybe you heard about the bookmap before. Things like that, or the deep DOM. What is it? Deep DOM? Or the heat DOM? I don't know, the deep DOM. I think it's like something new that these guys released right there as well from the deep charts, right? It's the same thing, right? It's just a heat map. Well, the Xau charts has it both. The Xau charts has the footprint and it has the heat map from a perspective of DOM, the depth of market, the limit orders on the right side, okay? Now, the problem with gold is that during the London and New York session, you can't use this. Why can't you use this during the London and the New York session? Because for some reason, and I can't explain it properly, but for some reason, what my perception is that there are too many algos active around this time period. Like too many algos, too many algorithms running, right? And they're distributing all those limit orders, and they split all those big orders into small orders, right? So instead of having these large, big, real orders at the 4380, 304, or the 4200, the 216, right? What they actually have done in the London session is that they distribute those large orders into all these small orders, distributed evenly across the board. Okay, so it's very hard to look for those outliers during the London session and during the New York session, especially with gold. That's what I've noticed, okay? That's just an observation. And that's why I can't really use it during the London and New York session, but I can use it during the Asian session, which is actually very interesting, okay? Because if you see a big order, for example, right here, right? Let's say price is here, and these are your limit orders, okay? And we have like a huge order sitting at the 4178, let's say, right? A huge order sitting right there. Okay? That's a huge order sitting right there. Okay? And you know that there's a huge order there. And you are in an area of resistance, or you look for an area of resistance up there. And price is struggling here, right? And you know that order is sitting down there. And there is not much liquidity above. Then naturally, what will the market do? It will increase the chances of that resistance holding significantly, and it will try to push price down towards that limit order, to fill that limit order, if that makes sense here, okay? So that's how you look at it. You don't look at it from a perspective of, I'm gonna wait until we're there, and then I'm gonna look for support. No, that's not how we look at it. We look at it from a perspective of, liquidity, just purely magnet. Okay, but that's an Asian thing. That's an Asian thing right now, not a New York thing. It's too evenly distributed. Yeah, it's interesting how that works, right? Maybe it's more clear on the Nasdaq or on the S&P 500, but it's not as clean or clear on gold. And this is why I've never been able to use the bookmap properly, because I just didn't really like what I saw there. Yeah. In the meantime, guys, we are unable to break this level. You see that? We're holding support here. And you see now why. There was so much volume traded in this candle. The candle closed above this. And now sellers are trying to break it. They're failing for now. Let's hope we'll see a little bit of a pullback. Actually, we would love to see that because it allows us to get up there a little bit higher. And then trade towards the 4,200. It could be that we're going to get to the 4,200 though, right? Which is sitting right here. Yeah. What about the CPI? Yeah, the CPI is going to help tremendously. What I'm really surprised about, actually, is that the CPI is actually giving us already the breakout. Okay, usually what we were seeing, usually that we're just staying in the range. The market dies out a little bit, right? The volatility comes into play before or after the CPI, or after the NFP, for example. Like we've seen here, we were ranging the whole week and then the NFP came out and then boom. So yeah, today it happened before the CPI came out, so that's interesting, right? What would you do if you like to trade now? Yeah, we talked about it just now, right? Aggressively, I would look for longs because you're in a really important zone. But you're trading against the trend. And yeah, the market seems very weak at this current moment, even though this is giving us a sign of absorption right now, right? You can see it actually very clearly on the 15-minute time frame. This candle right here is that big sweeper. Right there. That big sweeper. Okay. And in that sweeper, there's a lot of absorption. Okay, a lot of people sold aggressively. And the candle closed above that. And that's why we're acting, or this is now acting as support here. Okay. You can see this there. You can see it now here in this candle as well. Right? So you're seeing a little bit of an absorption taking place, but I think it's still a bit too risky to look for longs right now at the moment. I don't really feel comfortable looking for longs right now in a market that looks so bearish, regardless of the absorption that's taking place. Lorenzo likes to trade only longs. What about shorts? I literally just explained it, my friend. You need to listen. Mohammed, good night, my friend. Take care, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Peace. Alex says icebergs are hidden orders, spoofs are fake orders. That's simplified, but the basic just... Yeah, spoofing is happening a lot. A lot. But again, you know, spoofing can be beneficial too, if that makes sense, right? Spoofing can also be something that is still for us an advantage to understand. If you can spot those orders, because even if they remove those orders, there is a reason why they put those orders there in the first place, right? And that is to draw price towards that level. That's why they spoof in the first place, right? So yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about. We don't like to actually use it as support or resistance though, right? All right, if the hourly closes, most likely this will turn into resistance. So we're gonna pay attention to this in like 15 minutes. And that will give us a bit of a lower zone. Because now we're heading towards the 4200. That's the 20s again after that. Were you looking for longs yesterday or shorts yesterday? Asian session longs in the range. That was a good trade. And shorts as well after that, New York session. We were only looking actually for shorts. To be honest, I do kind of like the Asian session vibes already. It's nice and quiet. There is follow through. There is no news to deal with. It's actually an interesting session. I like it. I like it. It's morning for me. That's something new. I might make this a habit. You know what I mean? I might turn this into more of a habit. I actually kind of like the price action as well. Nabot says, I always lose my trades in New York. Any tips on trading the New York session? I appreciate the rest of the sessions. Yeah, like I said, man, with New York, I feel like this is actually a good example yesterday. Right, our selling zone here. You had to wait for the manipulation. You need to wait for some big manipulation and take advantage of the manipulation, right? You need to trade only, this is what I've seen now, when those major highs or lows are taken out. That's it. So you take out major highs, the daily London highs, the previous weekly, or the previous daily highs, or the weekly highs. You sweep those highs and you reverse. Something like this, right? Or inside of the range, you take out the Asian lows and you reverse. Right, so really look at the reversals instead of trying to trade the chop inside, okay? That is the recommendation I would use for New York session. Yeah, 100%. Something like that helped me tremendously. And not try to trade the internal. So not trying to trade in the middle of the range, and hope and pick a direction or something like that. You can just get stopped out and chopped out on both sides of the market. Just wait for those highs to be taken out. Where in Asia, it's much more clearly trending environment right now. We're heading for the 4200 on futures. And I think on spot, we're already below the 4200. We're at 4187 right now. But I think we're heading there on spot. If we close below this, we'll probably have to make another zone between 4220 and 30, which is actually right there. Yeah. Yeah, I heard this so often, guys. It's unbelievable lately. Yo, man, hey, man, I make so much money during Asian session, and then I feel very good about my day. And then I lose it all in New York. It's like, fuck, man. If you trade the Asian session and you make money, just trade that and stop trading New York. You know what I mean? Just do that. Yeah, or really look at what I said before, right? Really look at those highs and lows being swept, taken out, and really, really be patient and set your limit orders and let price come to you. Don't try to chase the market in a New York session. You have too many things to deal with, okay? Number one, you have at 8, the New York Open. You have the COMEX Open, okay? Then you have the New York Stock Exchange Open. Then you have news. And then you have geopolitical news. So you have 5 things you need to worry about in a New York session, okay? The New York Open, the COMEX Open, the New York Stock Exchange Open, the economic news, and the geopolitical news, okay? So what do? They build out what? Liquidity. They build out the orders in the market, they accumulate positions, whatever the case may be, and then they're waiting for that news, or they use that news as leverage, as a catalyst, as an incubator for a massive sweep. You take out those highs or lows, and then it makes the real move. Yeah. All right, we have this one, maybe this one, if you can get back here. But we need to wait for that hourly closure, and then this will become... yeah, resistance too. The dollar is not there. The dollar is still holding up pretty well. It's not breaking. But let's see, we haven't closed this hourly candle yet. Now it's finally taken out. It took a long time. Yeah, this is our zone. Yeah, sorry, my light is broken. I don't know why. It just shut off. So I need to buy a new one. And you know, unfortunately as well, in the Asia session, there's a lot of backlight. So I need to fix that somehow as well. It's a lot of backlight from the pool and the garden and the sun. Are you looking to buy? Not really. Not really. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. I think the only way I would really look to buy right now is the following rule. I had to make a little bit of an adaptation to the strategy. I think you constantly have to adapt. Because if you see that something is not really working, you know, sometimes you have to kind of adapt, but stick to the same strategy, but you can still adapt to certain things. What I would love to see, for example, is like, I'll take like a swing high on the volume profile. So let's say this was like the last retracement. We had like a drop, then we had like a retracement, and then we had another drop, right? That's kind of our higher high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Then I would use the volume profile from this latest high towards the low. And then I would look at the distribution of volume, okay? No, it's much worse. Much worse. Yeah. Thank you. And then I would look at the distribution of volume. Okay. And if the point of control, let's say, is in the middle, now it's up there. But if the point of control is there, then I would look for that to be broken. Okay. I would look for the point of control to be broken, or like a high volume node, an area where a lot of volume has been traded, to be broken. And then I would trade the retest of that, for example, for a pullback long, right? Something like that right now. In this market environment is something that I would look for in terms of longs, but that's definitely not happening at the moment. So yeah, I had to make some adjustments because that strategy initially was really good. Limit orders and then these big pushes. But right now you see that the chances of these continuations are much more down. There's too much downside pressure now in the market in general. So we need to move forward to that and look at some confirmations. This was a good example right there, right? We had a downtrend aggressively right here. Gold was trending down super hard. We had our high here and we had our low there, okay? And we broke above the point of control here. So we came down, we closed above the point of control. Remember, of this level. So price broke above it, okay? So what happened was, right there, price broke above this. So volume profile, right from high to the low, we then broke above it, right? We broke above this, we created a higher high. So we had our break of structure right here. Broke above the red line, right? So this is why I wanted to buy yesterday, and I did right here. Okay, we talked about this on Monday session on New York. That's the buy limit, 35. That's where we tapped into, right? So we used the point of control as the confirmation for longs again in the downtrend, if that makes sense, right? The re-break of the point of control, right? So that is a kind of a really interesting way. And then indeed it turned into the range, and then we swapped the highs and we sold off, right? But like for counter trend trading, that is something that I would be looking at, something like that. Yeah. Kyle John from Indonesia, man. Hey, good morning. Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi, Pak. Apa kabar? Okay, so I think we're getting there now. You know, towards that 4,200 level, the 405. Sorry. This is also another level that we were supposed to hold somewhere in between 4,200 and 4,205. What I think we could do is wait for the retracement and then still trade towards that level. Look at that major order all sitting below here, and look at almost how there is no. And this is just another perfect example. If we swap this to the left, you see these orders, right? This is gold. All those passive orders in the market. Okay. And look at that on the 15. How huge orders are sitting all here. And how there's almost nothing sitting up there. Okay. Now you would say, oh, well, that means that a lot of people are willing to buy gold below here. And that means that we have strong support. You could say that in one way, Okay, that is like strong support because there are more people willing to buy there. It's going to cause support, etc., etc., etc. It's that it's kind of the case if there are no sellers in the market. If there are no sellers willing to push sell. But if the sellers are willing to push sell, those orders are just going to get filled. Okay? They're just going to get filled. They're just going to be acting as some sort of magnet. And there's nothing there. There's nothing up there. Okay? So this is definitely interesting to watch right now at the moment. Any scalps though? Any quick scalps? Let me see. Yeah, only the VWAP, only this area right here. And that's already at our zone here. The 20, this area right there. Yes, thank you. Let's see if it works. Let's test it. Nope. I just need to see how this would work. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Buy or sell? Right now, I think we need to make a little bit of a pullback for sells. Slightly. That's a small thing. That's buy thing. Yes. Huh? I need to figure out. We'll figure it out one way or another. I'm trying to be creative. It's better than nothing. Yeah, at least something. There we go. That's okay. Okay. Appreciate you all, guys. Thank you for coming on the Asian session with me. I really appreciate this, by the way. We're just gonna be here anyways. We're having a lot of fun lately on the streams. And the Asian session is something new that I'm testing, and if I like it, then I'm gonna keep doing it. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Let's give it a try. And yeah, let's see what the price action does. Of course, during Asian session as well. I've been trading the Asian session almost, you know, a lot. So I know how the Asian session rock and rolls. It's actually clean. It feels like trading New York session in 2023, 2024. The rules have changed. Yeah, I literally just hope that we can at least make a little bit of a pullback, at least to the 20s. But nothing seems to strengthen gold here, There seems to be no fire in gold right now at the moment for any form of retracement. What is this on gold spot? I think it is yeah, pretty much the 4,200. Yeah, we just had the hourly closure. This is why we're now creating the top wick of the hourly candle. So it's time to start watching this. Yeah, the goal is to get towards the 42. So if you could make the pullback into the 20 and then push down towards the 4,200, that would be nice. Something like this. And then pretty much do that. Is this live because I have a different price level? Yeah, I think you look at the... I think you're looking at the gold spot chart. That's why I put it for you actually right here. The Xau Usd. I kind of look at, okay, if this is futures, then what is it on spot? On futures it's 4,220. On spot it's, I think, 4,200. If you trade the Asian session, the exit charts or the order flow, like the exit charts, is actually really, really helpful for you. Because you also have the heat map, right? The limit orders. I can stretch it all the way out and look at it from there. And then we literally trade towards that area. And it really wanted to get there. And these levels were there already from the beginning. And now we're trading towards it. So, you know, clearly we want to get there. We really want to get towards those levels. And then the question is, will you react from it or will you break it? I'm actually really surprised. There is such a big audience for Asian session, by the way. Yeah, and I didn't expect this, guys, to be honest. Do you ever do New York and Q? Not really, no. What about it though, right? Let's look at it right now. We did it so before, but yeah, actually we're here. We are actually in an area of importance right now, the NQ, that I marked out before. But we're actually an important level, actually. Wow. This could be the rejection, by the way. This could be the sell, okay? This could be the sell. I have been watching this level out of curiosity because the IPO this week, that's the main reason why. With SpaceX, Claude, OpenAI. Yeah. But yeah, we're in resistance right now, the Nasdaq. And we're getting rejected at it. So yeah, it's very weak as well. Yeah, this hourly zone is the zone to watch, which is this area. We just haven't seen any proper, retracement right now since the stream started. This is one. Look at what's going to happen right now. We're now going to try to fill those orders here on gold. We're going to try to fill those orders right here. Look, 148, 150. It was what, 200, right? Robert, hi bro, why are you trading the aftermarket? This is the Asian session. I show you why, so you understand why. Okay, let's mark out the trading sessions. This is the Asian session. Relatively clean. Okay, relatively clean. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Low, higher high. You see that? Movement. 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 Look at that. Movement. Whoop. 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 And pretty much everything is trending. Look at that. Boom. Think you get the point, right? Lower low, lower high. Yeah. Mainly because of that. The Chinese. The Chinese. What chart are you using for the footprint? This is called the Xau chart. On gold, it is very, 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 very good. I really, really like it. It's amazing. And yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. And on Asia session, you can actually use the limit orders too. You can't use this during New York and London. It's not possible. You don't get anything out of it. But in Asia, somehow, it feels natural. It feels like the market is just, it feels like human behavior. Doesn't feel like bots. How much does it cost? I think it costs around $50 a month. So yeah, if you make more than $50 on a trade, then this is a no-brainer. Just how do you say that? An investment, I would say. It's not magically going to turn you profitable, by the way. Okay, doesn't work like that, but yeah, you definitely learn a lot from it. There's no doubt. You learn to understand the markets in real time. and how it really kind of works and how these candles really get created and how they develop and why they hold and why they break. And yeah, it's interesting to learn about. Why did I mark out the 20? Because of the fact that this level is, is I think where the most volume has been traded in the last 2 candles. This is on the hourly time frame. So if you could pull back into the 20, that would be very nice. That would be very good. The dollar is, it is slowing down a little bit. So if the dollar can calm down a little bit, great. Not too much though. Gym session post stream? Yes. Exactly. After this, straight to the gym. Trading View also has the footprint. Is this better? Actually, that's a good question. Let's go to the volume footprint. I have been trying to change this already. I've been trying to install this. I've been testing it. On the hourly especially. And then there are ways I could change some things. Let me see if I can actually figure this out. It is not going to be the same though. It's definitely not going to be the same. It is definitely different. I have not been able to make it work the way I want it to work. Where did I fix this? I think it was here. And then I had the ticks per row. And I put it on like 20. Maybe even higher. 40. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's definitely not what I'm looking for personally. But what you can see though is that there is a lot more buying at the top of these candles. You see that? There's a lot more buying at the top of these candles, which shows you that every time buyers try to step in, that they pretty much got wrecked, right? Price reversed and it came down and it broke further. So you can kind of spot this, and that's actually a good sign. That's what you want to see on the candlestick charts, especially. And here you see a lot of sellers stepping in. We see that? A lot of sellers stepped in here, in this box, in this candle on the hourly. And then it broke down, and then it retraced into that zone. That was the resistance. So yeah, you can use it. You can use it if you want to learn about it. If you have Trading View Premium or Plus or whatever, it's still worth giving it a shot, but it's not going to be the same. It is not going to be the same as, what we're looking for right now. But yeah, it's something to start with, I would say. Let's get familiar with it. And it's free, I think, right? Have you checked the 10-year yield? I have not, but I looked at the dollar. And yeah, I mean, the yield right now looks pretty, let's see, pretty weak. It looks pretty weak, but it doesn't, yeah, it retraced, it's ranging. The dollar is looking a bit stronger. But even though the dollar is like looking to pull back here, because it looks right now, if we're going to push down a little bit, gold is not really reacting to anything like that right now. Gold doesn't really care. It's just not strong. Can you get the volume profile on the essential? I think you can. I think you can get it for free, right? Or not? Is it not possible? I thought it was free, the volume profile. Is it not? I didn't know that, actually. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was free or was not free. It is. Okay, if it is free, this is where you find it, right? Forecasting, the fixed range, volume profile. And then, yeah, you take it from the highs to the lows. You can actually see where a lot of volume has been traded is actually right around there. You see that? Right there. Low volume node above that too. So we'll pay attention to this as well. Ah, the footprint is not free. Okay. All right. Well, if you use the footprint chart, use it on at least the futures chart. My recommendation. Don't use it on like the gold spot chart. I'm not sure if that works. We can try. We can see it and test it. Let's see. Let's go to Xau Usd. Wow. Yeah, that's what I mean already, right? Wow. What is that? Whoa. Okay. Let's go to settings. And let's turn this into the tick size per row. It has to be 400 or something at least. Not even 400. Wow. 2000. Oh, shit. 2000. Okay, now you get something. No, this is not it. This is not it. No, if you use this on if you want to use the footprint chart on, you know, on this, you need at least to have a futures chart in front of you, which is this one, the GC, okay, or the MGC, okay? But even that, like, it's not, in my opinion, it's just to understand where most buyers got trapped and where sellers were in control and if they closed, okay? That's the only reason I would look at it, because if you see a lot of sellers here at the bottom, but the candle closed above that, that means absorption. Okay, that means absorption. This is not really an absorption. Okay, the candle closed above this as well, but you don't see strong sellers here, and prices wick through it really easily. Here, at least, you can see it held support for a while. You see that? So you can still use it, but it's just different than it is if you would use, let's say, a real order flow platform, you know, or anything like that. But it's something you could try. Something you can try to work with. Which indicator are you using for the sessions? The trading sessions right there. Okay. What do you think some of the macro targets is for gold? Right now, potentially, that I think we could go if you zoom out here. You see this huge wick? Let's go to the regular chart. This huge wick at the bottom, right here. That level is sitting at the 4100. Okay. The 4100 right there. I think this is the next logical target. And it aligns actually very well with this area of demand as well, a daily demand zone, which is actually sitting right here. And a major expansion there. And if you mark out the daily demand zone, we have actually this area, daily demand. And this is also where we had seen a major shift happening, right? So we were in that range and we broke out and we crossed that low to give us a major expansion as well. That's a level that I would definitely watch, right? You can see that this is where we tapped into immediately. And you can actually see that this is now what we're trying to fill. We're trying to fill that wick. We're trending towards that. So it seems to me now that we're trying to come down towards that wick. That we're trying to fill that wick from April, the end of April, during the contract expiration. Okay, of 2 months ago, right there. March, I think, 2 months ago. Yeah, at the end of March. So something like that. We're trying to get towards that 4100 level. I would not be surprised if that is the target that we're working towards to right now. And yeah, we're not that far away anymore, I would say. It's 2% away. Okay. Pretty much 2% from here. Okay. It is not very far away at this current moment. So yeah, do pay attention to that 4100 level. On gold spot or gold futures, it is on the daily. It is pretty much the same zone, right? It is just a different price level. It is pretty much that area as well. Same level. But yeah, it's that wick fill right there, right? It's this level. That would be the target, the daily target, I would say. Daily, weekly target maybe, who knows? But yeah, that's definitely something we're watching. That major wick on the higher time frame. Yeah. It's only 2% away. It's not that far. Well, I mean, 2% is 2%. It's still 2%. It's still, yeah. How much is this from here? 2%. It's still 800 pips. It's still pretty far away, but it's, yeah. In these markets, you never know. It could be swept in a nutshell. Yeah. Yeah, definitely that daily level is something to watch right now. I don't see any really clear levels in between that that have interest to me right now. It's just that level. And then we have one right below that actually. But yeah, that's not for now. So yeah, can we trade towards that? That's the question. Yeah. Is it possible to not fill the wick entirely and push up? It's always possible. It is always possible. But for now, if you look at the hourly, the sellers are so strong. There's so much in control right now. There's no reason for sellers here to... you don't see any confirmation of buyers stepping in, which makes us believe right now that we're gonna see a reversal yet, right? Not yet. Every time buyers step in, they pretty much fill. Yeah. Where would you like to short from? Yeah, this is the level that we marked out, the 4,200 on gold spot. Is it the 4,200? I think around 4,200. Yeah. And also, if you look at this perspective, you can also see that it is the session VWAP as well at 24. So you have the VWAP here. Right there, you have this huge order sitting there. Yeah, that is a level where I would say, okay, you have this zone. That's a level that I would be very interested in. Lorenzo, do you have an explanation why oil and dollar are not shooting up while gold is down? Yeah, exactly. We talked about this also. Yesterday's stream, we talked about the fact that gold was pretty much ranging and the dollar was dumping, remember? If you watched the New York session, you saw this. Dollar was dumping and gold was ranging. And then gold swept the highs and then it dumped the moment the dollar starts pushing back up. Right, so that is a sign of weakness already. Right, that is something that we always watch. How does the dollar behave against gold? Okay. Now, at this moment, the dollar is pushing down a little bit, as you can see. And now gold might give us the retracement we're looking for. And let's see if the dollar can come back and actually give us a level of support here. We have been holding that support there for a while on the dollar. You can see this right there. It's an area of support on the dollar. It's sitting right there. Okay? That is the level of the dollar that we're watching. Because if the dollar gets there, then gold will probably be here. So we're watching this level very closely on the dollar too. In the chat, let me know if you're new to the stream, or if you already been here many times during the New York session. We'd love to hear that, actually. New. Morning, sir, I'm new. Schmidt says I'm new. Just found you now. New. Wow, damn. Okay. Welcome, my friends. Hope you guys are doing well. Do you normally trade the session? No, normally I'm trading the New York sessions. And guys, you want to guys know here, if you guys don't know me, this is the first time I ever traded Asian session, ever. It's very interesting. I love trading the Asian sessions too. Myself, I always have traded the Asian sessions. But all of this stuff right here is all New York, New York, New York, New York, New York. It's all the New York session right there, okay? Yeah, so this is gonna be this is the first time. This is my debut. Love it. Love it so far, love it, love it, love it. It's slow. Can actually wake up and actually don't have to... Yeah, the thing is, it looks like very slow, but I'd rather now have a slower market that's reliable than a New York manipulation where it's all random. It was not random yesterday. Yesterday was not random. Yesterday was very, yeah, predictable, right? That selling zone, the manipulation of the highs, and then the reversal, taking out the London lows, the Asian lows. That was pretty predictable. Yeah, you can just see that any retracement is just getting rejected immediately. Any retracement is getting rejected. Straight up in this low volume node. Not even towards those sellers. So weak. So weak. When you go back to the Netherlands, Lorenzo, I haven't been in the Netherlands in 2 years. I don't have any plans yet to go back. It will probably be later this year. Quickly. In and out. Okay, we're now back at the level. Look at the orders, guys. This is what I wanted to show you again. Look at the orders. And look at that 276 contracts on futures, though, sitting at 4177. I think that is something around, and I'm always have to recalculate it, right? 41812, so there is around 24 point difference. So that is on gold spot. So that is around 4153. There's like a huge order sitting there now suddenly. You see that 276. Now, this is what I mean with like the chances that we're trying to now flee towards this will increase. Knowing that we have this level right there, the 276. A lot more volume, a lot more liquidity sitting down below. Right, these passive orders are there. Maybe they stay there. Maybe they get removed later on. I don't really care, right? But now they're there, and it could be as acting as some sort of target later on. Okay, if you look at the rest of the market, like all the way from 4,600, all the way down to next the 4,000, the largest order is sitting there. Okay, and that is at that level. So we're watching that level, and that could be a target to look for. So if you can get into entries that make sense on pullbacks, then that's the target that we're looking for. Well, that makes sense. And if that order gets removed, then we just watch price closely. But that's the level that we're watching. And you can only do that in the Asian session. Not in New York, not in London. Impossible to read this during these sessions. Yeah, I do think that we're getting somewhere. We're trying to hold on. We have not broken that support for a while here. Keep in mind, this is where we are, and we're still there. We're still getting supported now, right around this area for a while. Wait till you try London, crazy sideways and fakes, low volume. No, London is also not something that we are really interested in at all. New York is definitely, yeah, it's very random too. Because with New York, you have to think about Trump, you have to think about Iran, you have to think about news events, a lot of news events, of course. And also if you're in sideways price action, sometimes New York doesn't do much. For like, and this is just my observation right now, right? New York doesn't really move for, let's say, an hour or two, randomly. And then there is that one big move that comes out of nowhere. And it's not when you expect it. It's not, oh, when the New York Stock Exchange opens up. No, it's like somewhere either after that or before that, but it's that one big move. And that's kind of the move of the day, the move of the session. So if you miss that move, or you don't catch that move, or you are in a trade before you get wicked out because of that random move that comes into play, that large injection of volume out of nowhere, then it becomes very hard for you to trade it, let's say, if you're not prepared for it, or if you don't have the right entries, for example. However, Asian session at least is a little bit more, how do you say that? Gradual. So yes, it's slower, but it's a bit more, you know, consistent. You should try to integrate PAC's order book, believed to have 70% correlations with bigger order books. Okay. I will do some research. Thank you. Thank you, Tariq. Appreciate that. We'll have a look at it. Is it something like this? Okay, I will look at it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm always interested in learning new things. So thank you if you showing me something like that. Tariq, I appreciate that, man. Always interested in learning new stuff as well. I never heard of it, to be honest. The PAC's USDT, the crypto tokenized gold. Lorenzo, you're going back to the Netherlands to celebrate the FIFA champions and your winning bet? If the Netherlands win, then it will be that will be an amazing bet for sure. In case you don't know, if you go on Poly Market, then you can bet on, like, you know, I'm not promoting any gambling or any betting, by the way, just so you know. I never do it. But You can do this. You can put money on the Netherlands winning the World Cup, and you make 22x. And people say, "Yeah, you're crazy. The Netherlands is never gonna win." For some reason, the Netherlands is always seen as the team that, I don't know, it's not as good or something. But I think people underestimate it. I think people underestimate the players in the Netherlands right now. Liverpool, there's so many guys trading, playing in like the top teams in the world. Liverpool, Barcelona. What else do we have? Napoli. You name it. Leipzig. Hey Lorenzo, I used the order book 2 of the packs. Okay, yeah, I've never heard about it, to be honest. This is something new to me, man. Yeah, I never heard about it. So thank you for sharing. Yeah, I need to look into this. It looks like there's a lot of volume traded on it as well. And if you say the correlation is very good, then is this the only thing that you look at, or is there anything else that you look at here? Is there anything else besides that that is like, that you can look for? But anyways, we'll look at it, definitely. Okay. And that's awesome, Tariq. Yeah. So you look at it in the weekends to then predict what will happen on a Monday. Is that something that you would do? Okay. Gap prediction. Okay. Nice. Got it. Okay, awesome, man. So the dollar is slowing down right now. The dollar is slowing down, but it's not breaking down, right? That's the difference. So it looks like the dollar is slowing down, but it doesn't mean much if it's not breaking down, right? So we want to see the dollar breaking down a little bit. And like we said before, we want to see the dollar coming back towards this level. And this is probably where we're going to find support here. Yes, we broke below it once, but look at how we're holding that support on the dollar right here. And you can see that the dollar had that support right there. It had that support right there, and it had that support right there. If it comes back down again, then I think that will cause gold to get into our area of interest. And if the dollar bounces from this level and does something like this, then most likely we're going to see gold selling off, right? And if those big orders that we just talked about are still there, which is this order below, the major order below right there, then that's still a great target to look for, number one. And secondary, what else do we have? Yeah, we have these major sellers there. We have the V up there. That's our area of interest right there. So what we want is to see the rejection in that level and see if the dollar can drop into that support and hold that support, which is not that far away. It's pretty much there. So we're gonna watch the dollar very closely when it gets to that level. And then if gold then gives us that push we need, then I think that is it's a setup that sets up for us, I think, quite well. And that will pretty much mean something like this. Targeting that zone, 78. 78. Would be something like that. Something like that. And then, of course, management at the 4200. Which is then on your, I think, 4175 on your gold chart. Yeah, I would love to see something like this. I would love to see something like this. And in the order flow, on the actual order flow itself, I would love to see something like this. Right there. Cedric, what's happening live stream in the morning? Yes, man. Where are you from, Cedric? Where are you from? I'm very impressed. 750 people watching here. I think on YouTube, I think New York, we have like, usually around what, 1,500 people. I actually expected to have less than 500 or maybe 400 people during the Asia session because I never stream it. So I'm actually very impressed. I think people realize that the Asia session is just cleaner. All right, dollar is pushing down. That's good. Dollar is doing it. Right, so I think the order book ladder on X starts using it is because the big tick size. Yeah, I understand why I would say that, but if you do this, put this at 1, it's still there. You see? If you put this at 1, tick size 1, which is the lowest you can go to, right here, it is still sitting there. You see that? There's no doubt. Look at that. That is the magnet. That's why we're going to trade towards that level. Most likely, we're going to see that level. The 7 being hit, right? And like I said, I can't use this during the London session and New York session. I cannot. I have never seen an outlier like that. And in Asian sessions, you see it every session. So yeah, it also is there, my man. right there. So yeah, that will be the target. Wow, if you flip this and you close below this, then again, we have another order, a zone below. The 4,204, which is this level. To the 15. Sorry. Yeah, let's see if we can, very close now on the hourly, right? Why do I mark out this zone right now? The main reason why I mark out this zone potentially as a new area of resistance is because if this candle closes bearish and the most volume in this candle has been traded here and buyers stepped in at the top, you see that this is the green side, right? This is green. Zoom in for you guys. This is green. That means there were more buyers at the top than sellers, right? More buyers at the top than sellers. And then here you have most of the sellers and the most of the volume. So if you then close below that, the new hourly candle will open up. And then what could happen is that price will tap into these orders and it will sell off, right? It will reject again. And then we'll target this huge order below. The 333 contracts right there on gold. So in order to validate this zone that we now marked out right here, which is this area, which is in essence this area, we need to close below it. If we don't do that, and we'll close somewhere above it, we pull back somehow. This is that zone that we were watching. But the target is sitting right there. It's the 4155, I think, on Xau Usd. Regardless, I would still hold on to this potential order or trade, right? But if we close below, there is already a chance that this will be the rejection we're looking for. But the target will be the same. So the risk to reward is lower. But it depends right now on the hourly closure. So that closes in 4 minutes. And it really matters because that hourly candle is going to help determine a lot. Alex, selling to celebrate doing ASIN sessions and thank to you for your transparency, sharing your knowledge. Thank you, man, Alex. I appreciate you, brother. Every donation, by the way, it goes straight to my to my bank account. Thank you very much. No, I'm joking. We use it for giveaways. We have been doing giveaways a lot lately on the channel. So we use it for giveaways, things like that. I'm not sure what currency this is, by the way. Never seen this currency before. That's SKI, what that is. Anyways, we wait for the closure, right? 3 minutes left. Hourly candle closure. The Nigerian Naira. Interesting. I never heard about that. Is that correct? Oh, it's a D. I thought it was an N. Sorry. Ah, it's Chinese. No, it's not Chinese. Huh? Oh, Vietnamese. It's the dong. Okay, I've never been to Vietnam. Got you. Then it's the dong. Yeah, the crazy part about Indonesia right now, I'm in Bali, right? And in Bali right now, we use the rupiah, the Indonesian rupiah. And have you guys seen the dollar against the rupiah, the Indonesian rupiah right now? Look at that. Okay. So when I lived in Bali for the first time, I think it was somewhere around here. Okay? Right now, it is here. And I don't know, but like in terms of like the food prices and stuff, it has not really increased that much. From that perspective, it's really crazy, but it's like 30% difference. It's actually the rupiah is getting really destroyed right now. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. It is really nasty. I think for the people here, the locals here, it's actually really bad. I make money in dollars, right? So it's like for me, I make money in dollars and I spend it here in rupiahs, for example. So, you know, I bring money from inside of the country, and I spent it here, right? So I do contribute, and also on local things, not just like on international things, local things here. But like, it is so much weaker now. Okay, that order is still there. 333, it's not disappearing. It is holding. And we're going to close this hourly candle right now at this current moment. So what do I want to see? I want to see us getting towards the 4. And yeah, see if you can actually, if you can actually get into this level. And target those big orders below, pretty much. Yeah, it's very bad for the Balinese people that live here. Because everything becomes more expensive for them, which is for people that produce things, for example. And they export it, right? So there's a lot of export in Indonesia. So if you are a local that has some sort of company here that produces, let's say, I don't know, you produce cacao beans, or you produce nuts, or you produce whatever, and you export it to the United States, or you export it to the, you know, internationally, and you get paid in dollars, you get paid 30% less than you got paid 4 years ago. Yeah, that's actually really bad. So I hope the government can do something about that. All right, we got our zones right there. The dollar has still potential to get to that point of support, right? So we have to watch this. Yeah, that's it. We're not that far away from that daily level, guys. We are not that far away for that wick fill right there below. It could be a logical target. It really could be. Can this market go in and buy right now? I think not yet. I think we're not there yet. At least I don't see any confirmation of it yet. And I'm just going to be very careful with buys right now at the moment. Unless we break and shift the point of control or anything like that. So for example, we have now the lows again. If you would break, yeah, even that, you would break higher. You would take out a major zone here. And you would sell off. You would actually hold support, sorry, in this zone. Maybe then I would look for a bounce. But that would be the only way. Otherwise, I don't see any buys now at the moment. The dollar is there. We're getting closer. All right, we're there. Order is still sitting there nicely, nice and steadily. The 248. Gonna mark this out as well. All right, let's give it a try. 78. Yeah, we're gonna watch the dollar very closely around this area. That first reaction is right in that zone. You see that? Right in those sellers. That's the level that we're watching very closely. Oh, I need to make it a bit lighter, otherwise you don't see it anymore. There we go. Bro, gold, this is gold, my friend. It's the same chart as your gold chart. Right, same chart. All right, first closure on that rejection here. We see that the 15-minute flip bearish too, or is trying to flip bearish into this box of, yeah, trap buyers pretty much. People that wanted to buy early and price close below that, and now this next candle is trying to break it. If you can close below the previous candle, then that's very, very good. It's a very good sign. Yeah, people always look at the price of the day, and they look at this price and they're like, huh, what's going on? But it's just because it's futures, it's there's always a difference in price, but the candles themselves look the same, right? Do you think it will reach the weekly lows? The weekly lows, we are at the weekly lows. We are far below the weekly lows. This is the weekly low. And we've broken out of the range. This is the lowest gold has been in a long time. But what we're definitely seeing is that we have that level right on the daily from March at the wick. Yeah, eventually we might get there. We might feel that wick. We come down towards this level. Would not be surprised if we would, though. Will we do this session? Who knows? I don't know. But what I'm looking for now is just a trade towards, yeah, this level right here. That's the 55. I think it's the 55 on gold, if I'm not mistaken. On gold spot. Why is the hourly candle closure important? For me, it's important because you create like a top wick on the hourly, right? So the hourly it develops the candle. The candle gets developed. So for me, it's kind of important to watch the hourly closure. And it also allows me to see where and who was in control, where did the candle close, where was the most volume traded inside of the candle. And this is now where the most volume was traded inside of this candle. And this is now a zone that we are kind of holding a little bit of resistance into. So I'm just starting to see if we could now have to follow through and flip. Now, the only way to do this, of course, the dollar needs to align. The dollar needs to come down a little bit more. And what I want to see is I want to see the dollar getting back towards this support and react from it. In CGD, the data is not real. How are you using Orderflow? Which one? The CFD. This is futures. And then we look at CFD later, right? So we have futures first and then CFD later. We kind of compare both. To me, this is ridiculous right now. I was finally in the trade with a good setup, clean target.
At least if it plays.
Yeah.
It's okay, baby. What can we see? Can we go and see what's going on with this freaking internet? The guy.
Hey, it's working. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Are we back, my G's? I think we are. Let me fix this stuff. Are we live? 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 Yes. Bali, 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 Bali internet. Man, this has been the first time. Actually, in the last 2 weeks, we had some issues. In the last months, 0 issues. Zero issues. In the last 2 weeks, we had some issues right now. So we're trying to solve this right here. Anyways, gold is dropping or what? A little bit. We have to look at it now. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Where's the music? There we go. Yes. A little bit. Okay. I think we're good to go again. Perfect. Everything I think is good. Let's get back to work. Sorry for that, guys. I don't know what happened, man. I think we're good to go again. All right, thank you. Sorry for that. Random. You need Starlink. I mean, Starlink, I don't know if it's that good for streaming though. Like actual streaming. I don't know if it's that good. No, internet has been overall pretty good, but like sometimes randomly, you know, something happens here, you know? It has been always like that. And that's the thing about living on an island, I guess. But I've done 5 years of streaming here, so it works 90% of the time. Yeah, sometimes there is something to deal with. That's true. Some annoying stuff to deal with, but yeah. All good though. We're good to go. Okay, we really want to break those lows. The 95, right? Really want to break it. Yeah. Hopefully we can target the 4178 on futures. That's the 4153 on spot on CFD. And then we'll go from there. For now, we're kind of holding flat a little bit. The dollar is still hovering around. But we're at support almost at that level that we talked about. So if you can hold this, which I do expect a reaction from, I do respect the reaction from the dollar right here because it has been such an important level. And I think that gold is responding really well to a bounce of the dollar. So if the dollar bounces, I think gold will continue to look for weakness, look for that next order. So let's see. Lorenzo, how much of an impact has SpaceX upcoming IPO had on the markets? I think a lot, man. I think we're going to see the crazy stuff happening later this week. Friday, it's going to be wild. It's going to be a wild day, I think, for the market. Yeah, I think that. I think Friday will be pretty wild. Yeah. Let's see what the target is on gold, by the way, so we just actually can kind of see it. What would the target be? I think the 4155, something like that. Let's pay attention to the dollar first. Will you stream on Asia for now? If I like the session, yeah, I think so. I like it so far a lot, to be honest, guys. I really enjoy it. I think the Asia session is pretty chill. It's a pretty chill session. So yeah, why not? Let's give it a try. What do you think? Yes, it's a little bit slower, but at the same time, like, your price is moving. It is moving. Yeah, there's a battle happening right now between buyers and sellers right in the middle. We have those sellers that are getting absorbed right here. We need to break that. So if we re-break the lows, it's going to be very bearish for gold right now. But at the same time, all those buyers that were stepping in got absorbed. That's that resistance right there. That's why we entered there. And if we now break the low, I think we'll squeeze down. We'll see an impulse move. So the confirmation could be, if you want to wait for the confirmation, like, I'm not really sure about this, I don't really want to take the risk, then that will be closure below this level, below the low. The only risk is that it flushes out, that it flushes down. So if you wait for the closure, it could flush down, right? It could already squeeze further. So it's kind of up to you to decide, do you want to take the risk or not? But, you know, I'm just right now, we're looking at the overall trend, and we have this large order sitting still below here, which seems like a really clean target, a nice target to look for. So let's see. Yeah, you guys like the song? Never gets old, never gets old, never gets boring. Imagine if it turns out this war deliberately forced upon to make the markets bleed to fund the SpaceX IPO. Yeah, it could. You know what the crazy thing is? That retail traders usually cannot even invest in IPOs. But for SpaceX, they can. You only need like $2,000 now to join, which is a lot less than $50,000 like normal. I believe it's like $50,000 normally. So it's pretty wild. I have to agree that retail traders can invest in this IPO now. And whereas before they couldn't. Right? They couldn't invest. So it's a very weird situation, I agree. And especially in these times right now. Yeah, it's a very strange, it's strange. It's strange for sure. Are you going to invest in SpaceX? No, not really. Not now at the beginning. Maybe later. Give us some technical levels. You know what I mean? Give us some confirmation. Thank you. Some technical levels. Let's see as a major flush. People are going to sell for sure. It's gonna dump like a meme coin at some point. Would not be surprised. Maybe later though. Yeah, I think there is definitely interest in the IPO or SpaceX in general, but it's not just SpaceX, by the way. It is also Anthropic, AI, OpenAI. It's gonna be a crazy week. Yeah, so right now what we're seeing is that we're seeing definitely a lot of resistance here. Gold is trying to push, but it cannot. At the same time, it also can't break the lows either. OpenAI IPO is in September. Let me see. Cloud. OpenAI IPO. Date. It's actually a good question. Anthropic filing on June 1st. They filed, right? So it's not just confirmed indeed. Yeah, correct. Yeah, so SpaceX for sure this Friday. Yeah, and then later on we have AI, we have Anthropic. You're right, you're correct. Yeah, let's see what happens. Yeah, we're really paying attention to the dollar right now. The dollar might be coming down a little bit more. So we have to be really patient around this level here. Radek, I need to shut down off, fam. It's 4:35. It's been a long day and night. Yo, Radek, you're a legend, man. An absolute legend. New York and then Asia in the night. That's insane. I know you're from the UK. Yeah. How come you're trading this and not New York? Well, number one, I live in Indonesia. I live in Bali, right? So this is for me morning. That's one layer. I just never traded in the morning live on stream. So for me, it's something I wanted to try already for a long time. And also the price action is in general pretty clean, I have to say. Asia does not really disappoint lately. So why not? Why not giving it a try? On a consistent basis. You have to give it a couple of tries. You're not going to just do it once. So if you guys like this, we'll do it more and more for sure, 100%. We'll do it more often. Okay, we're starting to see a little bit more push now. It's important that we don't close above the 8. Otherwise, it might be wise to wait and then go for this one and then short it from there. What will you change if you can come back 3 years back on your trading journey? I would stick to one instrument. Yeah, that's one of the biggest lessons that I think I've learned for myself. Yeah, is to stick to one instrument and not try to trade everything. Yeah, I was always trading everything, and with everything I noticed that I was in essence just I became less focused on the things that were really moving the right way. And it's really hard for us to keep track on like many different instruments at the same time. And unless I'm swing trading, it's a different story. If I would be swing trading, it would be a different story. But day trading, I would say, if I could do one thing different, I would say simply just focus on one instrument. Yeah. And I don't care how bad the price action is. Honestly, I don't care. Because it's always something I learn to deal with. And you learn also, it's also a lesson. It's also, you know, what kind of market condition you're dealing with. And I think this also can help tremendously. So, are you a resident fiscal? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It saves a lot of money. I can guarantee you that. If I would be living in the Netherlands, I would be getting crushed. From a tax perspective, you would be absolutely crushed. Yeah. So imagine the Netherlands, right? Autumn. It's cold. It's windy. It's raining every day. You're locked in a smaller apartment, okay? And you pay 5 times more taxes. And the government hates you. Sorry, but that's just the reality. And I'm Dutch. I know I can speak for it. I've been living there for 25 years. Even though I love my city, I'm from Rotterdam. It's a city in the Netherlands. I do love my city, though. Don't get me wrong. I have like a lot of friends there. You know, I grew up there. I have a lot of. I had a good youth. I had a pretty good youth as a child. I can't complain, right? Of course, I had some bad things happen in my youth as well. But like overall, I had a pretty good upbringing. So like I had like a good memory. I have a lot of good memories from it, but I have seen how the Netherlands shifted from being a happy country, people were having good life, to people are struggling right now. They're getting absolutely squeezed out of their money. Taxes have been rising every year. For 1 liter of petrol, 1 liter of gas, you pay 2.5 euros. 2.50 euros. 1 liter. Okay, you can calculate that. That's like what? Almost what? $3 for 1 liter? Yeah. Lorenzo escaped from the Matrix. Yeah. Exactly. We did that. We did that. Yes. But that doesn't mean that, you know, we don't work hard. We work really hard. We do a lot of things. We work really hard every day. Why don't you consider living in Dubai? I like it here. I like it here. Thank you for all the effort. I'm learning a lot from you. Why don't you use ATAS or bookmap? And which platform do you use for the footprint chart? So this is Xau charts. It has pretty much the footprint chart here. And the bookmap here. Okay. These are your market orders and these are your limit orders. So it's pretty much the bookmap and your ATAS in one. You know what I mean? ATAS has it too, I think. But like, yeah, I use Xau charts. It's something similar. It's something similar. Let's see. This is the low, right? Where are we now? Yeah, same level. Zita says, I'm looking to work in Rotterdam to capitalize myself. And after that, I would look for a warmer country. Yeah, so this is what a lot of people do. They move to the Netherlands, they find a job, they take the money and they get out of the Netherlands and they live in a cheap country. It's smart. It's super smart. Just take what you can get. This is what a lot of people do. It's very unfortunate, but it's what a lot of people do right now. It's so true, man. It's so true. All right, we do breaking up right now a little bit more. I have this level in mind right there. We still have our highs that we don't want to be taken out. If that happens, we'll have to watch. I'll look for my next order. And that is pretty much that level that I was just talking about right there. The original setup. So I have still two trades in mind. So I kind of split my risk into two, one here and one here. But I hope we just, you know, the first trade will be a success, of course. As this could easily flip again. But we'll pay attention to this. As long as this order is here, I'm willing to keep targeting the lows. Paddy says, theoretically, thinking New York gave us the expansion. Not really. Well, yeah, New York gave us the expansion, but Asia is following through. Asia is pretty much following up with this. What were the last stocks you invested in? I was actually in AMD. Yes, AMD. The main reason why AMD is because NVIDIA was absolutely became super, super strong and AMD became super undervalued. So I decided to buy AMD, and I think it was around $90. And what's the current price? I think it's now, right now, I'm sure it is so much higher. Yeah, it's 475. Look at that. It's 475. That's a 5x, pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty wild. That is a 5x. All right, we're trying to squeeze up now. Next one is actually right there. So, yeah, the 19. I need to set a limit order there already, though. I have to set it. Pretty much double the risk to reward, so we have to pay attention to this. I need to look into another setup if you come up higher. But now we're at the point of control, so we are now at some serious resistance. That is why we put our stop loss above that, of course. So let's see if we can hold. Okay, dollar is almost there. This is what I want to see. I want to see the dollar getting there. I just didn't want to enter gold the moment the dollar is there, because I don't know if gold was... it could have easily just already continued to drop. So I was like, you know what? It made sense. This level made sense. The hourly candle closure as well as the point of control of that candle. So... we just have this level right now, which is the buyers. That's where we are rejecting from right now at the moment. So now I want to see the dollar reacting from this support. And if we do this, I think we're going to see gold dropping. So hello, why do you think shorts here? Thanks. Well, the main reason is just we're looking for just a trend continuation. That's it. Until we're invalidated. It's pretty simple. Trend continuation until we're invalidated. Hourly, close bearish. Most farm was traded higher. We're now pulling into that resistance of it, which is right now. And we have a huge order sitting there at the 4178. So I want to target that level. And just trade the continuation of the trend until we're invalidated, pretty much. And if price continues to come up, we still have a major level. We have the VWAP there, which is this one, in this area. This, I think, where the major resistance is at. Okay? At the same time, dollar now is at support. Right here. So I want to see the dollar reacting from this support. And this on the hourly time frame. So just trying to trade the continuation, pretty much simple. Not really complicated. And on the higher time frame on gold, we're looking for something like this, daily time frame. I think our end target will be potentially filling the wicks. We're still pushing down. So I'm looking to see if we could actually go for that and fill those wicks, right? That huge wick fill. It's 2% away. We have the CPI coming. So macro target is still sitting lower. It's actually sitting right here. It seems that there's still room for some continuation, but let's see. Yeah, we don't want to push higher indeed, right? Which platform do you use for the footprint? We use the Xau charts, bro. The Xau charts. Is it safe to take any trades for a few hours before the CPI? I would always be a little bit cautious around news, major news, you know? Yes, I would always be a little bit cautious. Why? Because you never really know what happens when the CPI comes out, right? You could be manipulated. However, if you can get like a good trade, right, for the CPI, what you can also do is simply secure yourself. Get into a good trade before, take some profits, secure yourself, and see what happens. So it's fine if you can manage to get into a good trade before and manage the trade, you know, appropriately. So what did you do with your trade? I actually split it into 2 trades. Yeah. All right, dollar is now there. So hopefully we react from it. And you could actually see that we did react from it. That's actually what you want to see, right? You want to see the dollar reacting here. Let's increase the tick size a little bit. Yeah, this is where we are. And that's at next level, I think, the 20. Yeah. Add subtitles on the YouTube live. I don't think I can do that, man. I've tried to figure out how to do this. I know many people ask the question about the subtitles. I don't think it's possible, actually. Right? I don't think so. Not on the live, at least. All right, let's look at the dollar lower time frame. We want to see the dollar reacting from this level. Yeah, let me ask if this is possible. No, I don't think it's possible, guys, to have the subtitles live on YouTube, but maybe after the stream, you can watch it back, and I think there you can find it. Yeah. Lorenzo, where are you from? I'm from the Netherlands, man. So nice to meet you, my friend. My first time streaming here in Bali on Asian sessions, so it's pretty cool. Did the Netherlands lose against Algeria 1-0? I have no idea, man. I don't know. Oh yeah, they did. What? They did. I don't know. But yeah, they did. But yeah, the World Cup. Is coming. I think it starts when? In 2 days. If I'm correct. In 2 days. We'll see the World Cup, my friends. It's going to be interesting. Guys, do you think we'll see the pullback before the CPI data or just a continuation? I mean, we're just, I don't really set the expectations right now of what I think will happen. What I just do is like, okay, at the moment, sellers are super in control still. Buyers are now stepping in a little bit. It's true. But like, as long as the trend is down here now, I just want to trade the continuation. And as long as I have clear targets in mind, like this one, in 4178, I just trade and look for that. Look for that continuation and just split my risk into multiple trades and see if you can trade the continuation. Until invalidated, for example. Yeah, we do see a little bit more of absorption right now. So this is the first hourly candle that has a little bit more of that absorption at the moment. So if we manage to come up higher, it is what it is. We'll look for the next setup. And then I'll go from there. And that is another setup I'm willing to take as well. So not putting my eggs in one basket right now. But if you look at the risk reward ratio, this is 3.75 to 1. This is 2.4 to 1. So it's much bigger. Okay. Are you going to stream the A session more? Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I like it. It's very chill. It forces me to be a bit sharp in the morning, which is good for the rest of the day. And actually could stream a little bit longer as well. It's actually a good thing. Netherlands versus Japan. Let's hear a prediction of the game. Man. I would say 1-0 Netherlands. Nothing crazy. No need to bet on that. I don't think the risk to reward is that good. We think in ROI. Okay, also on every trade we take on stream, it is always ROI, risk to reward. How many times could I in theory lose to still make money at the end of the month? Same thing with betting on things like sports. If it's not rewarding enough and the risk is too high, it's not worth doing. Other sellers are currently getting absorbed. Yeah, you can definitely see it here a little bit. Let's go to the 5 minute. You can definitely see that there's a bit of an absorption of sellers now happening inside of these candles right there. But the thing is, what can also happen, and this happens a lot, is that we're just building out, you know, a lot of orders for, you know, potential follow up to the downside. Because what we are not seeing now, we're not seeing these big impulse moves to the upside really, right? We're not really seeing this at the moment. We're not really seeing like large impulses up. It's a pretty tough grind right now to the upside, even to the upside right now. It's a pretty tough grind at the moment. So yeah, we're paying attention to this definitely. But so let me know where you guys are from right now. I'm actually kind of curious as well. Are you guys from Australia, Asia? Are some of you guys still watching in the night? Like, what's popping? What's going on? Let me know. One thing for sure, I need to fix my camera for this like daylight. I need to figure it out for sure. There's something that I need to figure out there. Ooh. Otherwise I get too dark. You see that? You can't even see me. So I need to figure some stuff out here. We'll do this later. All right, let's see what the guys were saying in the chat. Let's see what they are. Okay. India, Romania. Wow, that's Romania. London. But it's like night for you guys. It's like 5 a.m. 4 a.m. Damn. South Africa. Okay, Argentina. Romania. Jamaica. Interesting, man. It's definitely a different audience, for sure. Asia has a different audience. Yes, there are Europeans in the chat, but it's a different audience. I can tell. I can tell. It's interesting, man. Very interesting. Why is your entry slightly lower? My entry is slightly lower because of, yeah, I agree with you. Actually, it should be there, right? But my entry is there. That's slippage, man. Or spread, slippage. That's the main reason. I didn't exactly got filled exactly at that level. And it might also be because it's Asian session. You know, when it's Asian session, it might be a little bit less... the spreads might be a little bit higher. The slippage might be a bit higher as well. So that could also be another reason why. What time is it in Bali right now? Here in Bali, it's 12 p.m. So it's straight up afternoon right now. Are you on TikTok? Not yet, but I will be soon. I have a TikTok account, yes. I don't know what it exactly is again. What is it? TikTok. TikTok / Lorenzo. No, I can't find it on TikTok. I don't know. I don't know how to find it on my on Google. Let me see if Google you can find it. TikTok Lorenzo Corrado. TikTok Lorenzo Corrado. Okay, I found it. There we go. It's my TikTok. I never use it though. Look at that. Barely use it. I had some posts there, but like, yeah, man. I will be streaming there though soon. I will be streaming on TikTok later. I heard it's pretty good actually to do so. So people told me though. Not on Instagram live, no, not on Instagram. I will not stream on Instagram. I will probably stream on TikTok. Okay? Not on Instagram. All right, we're pretty much back at our entry. I got. I would really want to see us getting to that 4177, man. That's the target I have in mind. 4177. Let me see if I'm correct on the lower time frame too. It is actually, yeah, it's 77. Yeah, 78. Can we trade towards that? That's the question. Dollar is at that support. In worst case scenario, I still had an order up there and just split my risk into 2 trades. Get an average order or something like this. It's still good risk to reward. So that's why I split my risk. But like, if it goes, obviously it will be great too, right? Russia says TikTok is banned in India. Really? Okay. I didn't know that actually. Didn't know that. One thing that I noticed right now, guys. Yeah, okay, we have we had some drawdown, right? We're now back at our entry again. But like one thing I know is that Asia moves super clean, man. Like regardless if it's a drawdown or not, it still moves super clean. Like New York would have already swapped the highs and lows 3 times right now. I guarantee you. Come on, though. We need to break it. Come on. Yeah, it's actually so interesting. It's a chill session, man. Yeah. Hey bro, why your gold chart is 4200, but in my chart it's 4180? It's because you use futures. You know what? I'm gonna create a comment on this Nipod, so I will actually automatically answer those questions. Let me actually do this. I think it's gonna help a lot of people. Maybe it helps tremendously. So let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can figure that out. Some questions that we always see, for example, right? We're trying to see if we can help you out with that. Let's see if this works. All right, flush. That's what you want to see, and a closure below, man. That's then it's done. Buddy, thank you, man, for helping. My friend. Appreciate that. Yeah, actually, for the Asian session, we need some moderators. By the way, I'll just think about it right now. We only have the New York guys. You know what I mean? The New York moderators. We'll fix it. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. I mean, the dollar is reacting. That's good. We just want to see the dollar reacting here. It just doesn't want to break the lows yet, right? So if you say, yo, I don't like the setup, then I'll get out of the trade. I have a plan. And that is another, if a price does come up, I do have an entry there potentially. But I would not hold on to the trade if I don't believe in it, because I do see a clear level that I'm targeting, which is this level right there. So yeah. Split the risk, I would say. We do have a closure now on the 5 minute at least, and the 5 minute. The 5 minute. If it's going to stay around here for a while and we just cannot break that low, at some point you have to say enough is enough. So I'm going to observe this in 3 minutes. Three-minute closure, which is the 30-minute closure, 50-minute closure as well. Let's see where we land. Visible FX, be careful around this time from 10:29 to 10:52. You might want to hold or exist if an engulfing candle happens. Okay. I think this the seller area absorbed because of that selling moment is stopped. 1 minute, slightly structure shifting from 4-hour support. All right, we're seeing a little bit of a push. Is this that engulfing candle that guy was talking about? Yeah, we'll close this candle in like 40 seconds, right? On the 15 minutes. So it will be an important closure, actually. Ten seconds for that closure. All right, now we have that closure, yeah. All right, that's a pretty good closure overall, right? Let's be honest, that's a pretty decent closure right here. And the dollar is still above that support that we wanted. Yeah, it's not bad. Yo, what's happening, Mamoon? Khan, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you for the sub. I keep streaming the Asia session. Yeah, I like it. I like it so far. I like Asia in general. I've been trading it also upstream. You know, that's why. Already for a long time. How did you handle the fall last day? Well, actually, if you looked at the stream yesterday on New York, man, it was crazy. Well, actually, was it today? Pretty much, right? 12 hours ago, right? Look what happened. We had that selling zone here. We were looking at that level forever, right? 4355. That was the selling zone. We were in a range. And then price did this. It shoot up. It tapped into it. And boom, it sold off like never before. Look at that. And then it came all the way down. And then we actually broke support after that. So yeah, that's actually crazy, right? How that actually played out. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, look at that. Boom, boom. What a move. And then it broke out of the range after. So crazy. Yeah. But yeah, it swept the highs and then it reversed. Ah, man, that sell limit, man. And the thing is, the day before we placed the buy limit, and that actually played out overnight. And then if we had that sell limit too, yeah, that would have been absolutely... Oh, man, it would be so, so good. Because everything was already analyzed. It just went up in like 1 minute, 2 minutes. And yeah, it went super fast, super fast. It was, of course, news related. It had to do with Iran again, and the news around Iran, etc. Would you consider doing this session once a week? Maybe more, man, than once a week, actually. Maybe I would do the New York and the Asia 50-50 at the beginning. And then I'll decide what I like the most. Yeah. In terms of like views and stuff, I mean, we have 1,000 views almost right now. New York has like 1,500, right? Sometimes 2,000. But like the Asian session is, people love the Asian session lately, man. Visible says, worst case scenario, gold might reverse from this exact zone and best case continuation to 4142. That 4142 level makes so much sense to me because that is the exact level that I'm targeting. Because that's actually, this is the 4178. I think that is the 415-ish on gold spot. But we need to break this low. We need to break it. Okay, we're at support here. We need to break this support. And if it doesn't want to break it, then it will be tough. But that order is still sitting down below here that I'm watching. It's at 260 contracts there. I have a feeling it's squeezing like a magnet. It's trying to attract that order like a magnet right here. It's the only order in the market that has more than 200 contracts, I think, here. Look, there is nothing else here up. There's nothing else on the upside here. Let's just remove this for a second. Let's clean it up for a second. There's nothing else on the upside here that shows us something. All the liquidity is still sitting up below here. All those limit orders are below here, not above here, except for all the way up there. But like, yeah. So it's very interesting to watch this right now. It is very interesting. So that's why we targeted that level, that zone, that order. And I actually wanted to split my risk into 2 trades. So trade 1 and trade 2, if trade 1 would not play out clean. But we're still at that support that we need to close below, right? And as long as we don't do that, there is no certainty yet. Because we formed that support later on. Yeah, what we really want to see is this closing below. Below this line that I just marked out, that we just closed below it. Then we know that this actual support is taken out, or at least we have a closure below. The dollar is doing what we wanted, what we wanted it to do, right? And that is reacting from support. That's what we talked about before. The dollar is doing what it needs to do. Yo, Lorenzo, can I put my stop loss on break even? Up to you, anytime. You know, this is your trade. I mean, it's not my trade. It is your trade. You know what I mean? You need to manage your trade. But what I like to do now is kind of wait for a closure below this, personally. Why? Ronald says, man, why is this 4195 so hard to break? You're so right, bro. It's strong. It's strong. It's holding up. Definitely, man. Yeah, but keep in mind, if it breaks, it's flushing down. It's gonna flush it. Damn. Damn, it's holding up. What time is it with you now? At my place, it's right now 1:45. 12:45 almost. PM. Yo, Aaron, what's up, man? How are you, man? Yeah, sorry guys, my internet, man, I can't help it. I try, I'm talking with my manager. I'm asking for a better connection, a new package, every upgrade you could ever imagine. Everything you need, all right? I'm gonna fix this I'm gonna fix this over time here. Nothing I can really do about it for now, okay? So we have to kind of deal with it for now, unfortunately. But yeah, we're gonna come back. Yeah, we saw a pretty large squeeze candle right now. What you don't really want to see now, to be honest, is you don't really want to see a strong closure back above here. Okay, you don't really want to see a strong closure now back above the 90, the 95, the 96. I don't think we really want to see this. Because that pretty much means that you take out the lows, you close back above here, and then we're probably going to get back to our entry again. So we're really going to try to avoid that. So we need to wait for this 5-minute closure. Now let's at least watch this closure, in my opinion. Because if you take out those lows, you expect to follow through. You don't expect like the reversal, the reclosure above that support. That's actually not a good sign. You don't really want to see that. We wanna actually see it right now. Price holding below that level. Now that we close below it. Let's close this for now because we don't need this for a second. We'll do this later. Yeah, I think it's smart to put our stop loss and break even here and just manage the trade right now. Yeah, because we don't really want to come back again, in my opinion, right now and close above it. I think that's what we should do right now and let it run right now. I think we should just let the trade run here and see if it could follow through. We gave it so much time right now to develop. And if price is not willing to follow through here, especially now that we've broken that support here, right? We have broken the support right now. We actually did close below this right here. The last thing that we really want is now break back above this again, right? That's not a good sign. Yeah, so I put my stops and break here because I think right now that's just the best way. You want to see the rejection, you don't want to see the closure back above. Yeah. Because now you want to see the continuation, right? You want to see the continuation here to the downside towards our major target that we talked about. So yeah, let's see. Risk-free, at least. If they don't go lower now, then we'll probably indeed see a little bit more of a squeeze up. And I think you can just get better entries. Yeah, better entry. Like I said before, we have also, you know, that use a low volume node there. We have a lot more entries sitting up there as well, in case we have to make a bit of a deeper pullback. But this should be the follow through, right? If this is not the follow through, then The real closure exactly happens below the 95. This is actually sitting right there. We know that. Can we just break down, guys? What do you guys think? Can we just break down right now? Can we just flip it? We closed below that support. We turned it into resistance. Like I said, that's why I had to put my stops on break even now, because if you close above it again, the chances that we're going to try to push back is just going to be higher, because you take out the lows, you close back above, and it just leads us towards potential higher targets in the short term. And then it's not worth it staying in short positions, in my opinion. For now, the short term at least. Then price has to retrace a little bit more. It's not the dollar, right? The dollar is doing its thing. The dollar is holding up. So it's just that absorption here on gold. So yeah. Oil is in support as well. Okay. Yeah, dollar is in support. Let's see oil. That's not that strong, oil. It's not that strong, but yeah, it is in support. We definitely see the same thing on oil, yeah, absolutely. Like we're in that same zone here on oil too. Yeah, you're right. You're actually correct. We're actually in that same zone on oil too. But oil is dropping a little bit. Oil is weaker than dollar. Almost 1,000 viewers. Thank you, man. Yeah. In Asian session. Can you believe that? Never expected this. Ever. If you guys could smash the like button, that would be amazing. This is my first Asian session in 4 years of streaming. I've only streamed New York session. Ever. Never did in Asia. I did one 24-hour stream to celebrate my 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I traded the Asian session at that time, but that was one time, and that was not an official Asian stream that I'm actually planning to do more often now. So yeah, man. Yeah, so if you say, like, this is my objective opinion right now about this trade, right? If you say, yo, I'm in the same trade, and I want to make money now and I don't want to risk it, this is the moment to exit. Because if you take out the lows and you're struggling to break down, it's not a good sign, right? That's why we trade it. That's why stop loss on break even right now. You can also take profit here, like TP1 or something like that. It's another way of looking at it. If you're a degen, you hold on to the 4155 on spot or the 4178 on futures. Does gold follow this downtrend for now? Yes. I mean, for now, we created another lower low, right? We created another lower low. So let's see. Let's see. We're following the trend for now. So until we get invalidated, we'll stop following the trend. Okay, we have the hourly closure. Take that in consideration. This is the hourly candle closure as well. The 15-minute is holding that resistance there. That's good. But we have not broken up below that major level that we need to break. And that is, yeah, the re-breaks of these lows pretty much. Another re-break of these levels right here. So this is why I think taking profits here is something that you could do, in my opinion. Because if you if price could pull back to the entry. If it closes below that, below this again, then it's game over in a good way. Then it's done. Then it's a sinking ship. Let's see. Dollar is bullish or bearish? Right now, the dollar is at support. We've been watching the dollar here for a while. The dollar actually had a strong recovery yesterday, right? New York session. Very strong recovery. Major push up. And the dollar is holding that support very well here. We actually had support here. We had support here. We had support here. And we have support here. And this is where we are at the moment. Okay, so the dollar is at support here. But if gold does not want to drop, like it doesn't want to drop right now, then it's not a good look, right? This is why I repeatedly say taking profits is important, or managing your risk now. Because if this is not going to have any impact on gold pushing down lower, then we're going to probably see a bit of a larger squeeze again. And that's not a good look for gold. Gold had to break those lows. Look at that. Short squeeze, yes. Exactly. That's why our stop loss is on break even. Wow, look at that wick though. If that flips and it pulls back, then that's a very good sign. But no need to risk right now. We're risk free already. So let's see what happens. Yeah, what you want to see if this happens and this candle closes weak. Yeah, then there should be no reason to come back there, right? That's the assumption. That's the assumption, but let's see. Yeah, now you need to close below though. If that happens, then it's done. Axel says CPI will define where gold goes. Yeah, definitely. I think so too. And we have a lot more hours for the CPI. So yeah, I do agree with you. Wow, gold is struggling here so much. It is unbelievable. It's struggling to break down. It's also it's absolutely struggling to push up. If there's anything else that you guys are seeing that I'm missing, let me know. But right now, I think it's pretty clear what needs to happen in order for gold to break down further. And that is a closure below the 96 on futures here. Because now we took out the highs, we swapped the lows, and we swapped the highs. So I don't know. It's a bit of a random range we're in right now. And it's better to manage risk tight here. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting a bit random right here. Swiping the lows, swiping the highs. Now we're up again. We closed below. Now we're back up again. Time to manage risk here, guys. That's it. Time to manage risk. Thank you. Because we might indeed, if we get hit, we might indeed have to make a little bit of a push up. Do I want to trade longs right now? Not necessarily. So we might have to make a push up deeper, higher for price to push down a bit later again. If we want to look for the continuation, what I think just needs to happen right now, if we don't flip now or we don't flip bearish, what I think needs to happen is we just need to close below this low. Right? It's pretty obvious right now. Yeah, there we go. We're already gonna be at our entry again. Yeah. Or very close to it at least. Wow. But for continuations, in my opinion, it needs to really close below this low. There's not much below there. Where is this volume coming from, though? This is some serious volume coming in. What is the buy stop? The buy stop is the stop loss. And the stop loss is at our entry. What time is it now? Oh, it's already 1 p.m. Wow. Okay, that's why. Wow, I can't believe how it's already been 4 hours. You see, I don't even realize this in Asia session. I don't even realize that this is an... I don't even realize that we stream for 4 hours and that this is already where the volume should come in right now. You see, I'm confused, guys. I'm confused. So used to the New York sessions. Even though London is in what, like 2 hours, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, we had a strong closure above it. This is the moment to close it or to accept the break even, in my opinion. All right, guys? Yeah, you could see it immediately. Closure, retest, flip. These are some quick scalps, by the way. If you would go long, that's like a quick scalp right there. I don't know about it, for some reason, our entry is at resistance. Yeah, you can see that the buyers are starting to step in now. Sellers are starting to get absorbed as well. So I think this is going to be going to come back to our entry if something happens. And also says, guys, it will go below 4,000. I think in order to get there now, to be honest, I think we have to make a little bit of a bigger push higher in order to get there. Okay? I think so. But to be honest, guys, this is my first time trading the Asian session. All right, back our entry again. So we hit our entry. So it was a risk-free trade. But one thing is for certain, I can already see the one thing about the Asian sessions right now. It's so much cleaner than New York. It's insanely cleaner. We just didn't have really the follow through anymore around here, which is fine. Could have definitely taken profits. I just didn't want to take profits right around. I could have had a TP1 around here. But to be real honest, around this level here, there was a lot more potential still to come down towards the 77 and had that follow through. We just saw a large absorption right now taking place right around this level. So in order for me to say, yo, if you want to see gold following through, two things need to happen in my opinion. Either price need to come up a little bit higher, back towards at least like the 14. So let me just mark this out. Let me see. Yeah, we need to, I think, come back towards this area that we marked out beforehand. I think that's still the best level to look for a new setup in case you want to pull back. But I still believe that our target is there. Okay? I still believe our target is there. I think we managed to trade pretty well. What I think also is another important layer. If you say, I want to trade the continuation down, a good confirmation would really be now. Really simple, actually. But it will be a closure below. Yeah, you have a worse entry. I get it. But the target is still sitting right there. Okay, at the 55 on your spot chart. So it's still a lot of room. So if you get there, there's still a lot of room. It's still a big move. It's still around 200 pips to the downside right there, right? So it's still a really, really good entry. I just think it's a very important level to manage risk at right now. The fact that we're just not breaking those lows. We're really refusing to break the lows. But if you break the lows and you close below it, I think there is definitely more downside again. Okay? Yo, bro, I took profits. Okay, well, good if you take profits around this area already earlier. That's good. Yeah. It's very good. But man, I like the Asian session. I like the price action. Yeah, it's slow right now, but like I just like it. New York would have already swept the highs and the lows like 3 different times right now at the moment. And then once we are in a trade, then the Iran news comes out and then boom, everything shifts anyways. So no one cares anymore. And then it's like a 3-hour range on New York. And then it's one big move, big manipulation impulse trade. Whereas Asia it is surprisingly consistent, you know? I do like it. Yeah, I love it, man. I really do, actually. Asia teaches you patience. Yeah, I believe it does. But in a good way, I think. Okay. Yeah, I would be very careful right now, personally. This is my personal opinion with shorting. Because we tried to short this from here. And our target was obviously a larger impulse down towards this level. We came down, I think, from the entry around 100 pips, 111 pips. But there was no closure below the level that we had to close below. And that is this zone right here. We need to really close below that for follow through. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, so what do you think? You should think that we should stream an Asia session more often? What do you guys think? Asia and New York. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to split it a little bit. Sometimes New York, sometimes Asia right now. And then later on, I'll make a decision what we can do, right? Maybe more Asia, maybe more New York. Maybe both sometimes too. Depending on what we see. But yeah, I think definitely, man. If we can do the Asia, if the Asia price action is as clean as this, yeah, okay, the trade went to our entry, etc. But we could have taken profit so many times. But that's not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is clean price action. You know, relatively clean price action. We're just at support now, but like, it's clean. That's the difference between Asia and New York right now at the moment. But New York is interesting to watch too. So I think doing both sometimes is great. And having one session as our main session. Yeah, one session is our main session and then one session is our additional session. Something like that, okay? So what would that be? One more time, I think for now, and I'm just gonna do this one more time here. I'm still thinking about that 77 level. I have marked this out right here. Okay, it's just a level that I want to see getting hit by the end of the day or whatever later today. I am willing to sell for sure at the 20s. Why? Because we have been holding up around there forever. It's just a major level that I'm watching. Okay, it's actually the 17, by the way. It's actually the 17, which is the 80, it's the 90, 97. If I'm correct. 17 minus 25, 17. 92, sorry, 92. Okay, 92, 93 on gold spot. So 4193 is actually that level that I'm watching as a new entry if you pull back, because right now we are finding that support here. So it could be that gold needs a short retracement right now. It needs to pull back towards the 90-ish level, which is this area. We're watching this area very closely because it's these orders right there in the market. It's also the VWAP, by the way. And you can see there is definitely absorption right now. We are not able to break the 95 on futures, which is in essence the 72 on spot. Okay, the 72 on spot right there. We can't break it for now. And now you can already see now, right now, you can already see the price is trying to price higher, right? That's why we manage risk right now. There was no reason not to do that. If we couldn't break below this level and we reclosed above it, there was no reason to close our to risk our trade and put our stop loss above, etc. It was better to put our stop loss at our entry. And maybe if you had also a good setup, you could also take some profits as well. Now that we're there, I think the bigger chance of a larger impulse is going to be just higher. But that means that the goal will still be, if we pull back, I think until we break that level. Because if you break this, it's a completely different story. Because that's where I believe that, you know, things really shift. I would say let's take the volume profile one more time, also on O1 now. From the top to the bottom. All right, so yeah, this is that zone that we're watching. Exactly this area, okay? Sorry, it's actually slightly lower, my bad. It's the 4191, okay? 4191. I would really watch this level, man. The 4191. If you break this, okay, there is a chance that indeed we'll actually start seeing a larger pullback happening towards the 42, etc., etc. the 4200 and then the 4230. So this is that first sell level, which I think is still super important. I think this is a target that you could look for, the 4155. Okay, and that target is set because of the following reasons. That contract is still sitting there. Okay, it's still sitting there. Right now, the reason why we can't break it is just because we're constantly respecting this level right now and we're not able to break it. There's too much absorption taking place. Too many sellers are entering, but they're not succeeding. Buyers are entering, they're not succeeding. Right here. Now sellers are entering, now they're succeeding. Buyers are entering, now they're succeeding. Sellers are getting trapped in their position. That's happening right now, right there. And we closed above that. So this is not a moment for me to short now. It's either going to be a new setup around here. Okay, around this area. Entry at 91, stop loss at like 98. And then target like the 55. Which allows you to potentially put your stop loss a bit higher. At the 4202. It still gives you a 3-to-1, which is actually very nice. The other setup is a break below the lows, which is going to be giving you a lower risk reward ratio. But it allows you to still manage your trade. And with more confirmation. Okay? With more confirmation right there. All right? So I hope that makes sense. These two levels, I think, are areas where we look for. I think you have much more confirmation around this if you break the lows. I think it's very bearish if gold will re-break the lows here. I don't necessarily would see this as a sweep or something for a break up. I think it's significantly weaker if we re-close below this area right now for gold. If price retraces, then that is, in my opinion, a great entry as well to look for. Something like that. But I think that right now, you can already see it. I think right now, trying to hold on to our trade was not the right decision. What do you think? Yeah. And you can already see this because right now you're holding that support. It's finally squeezing out. So I think this is how we manage our trade. It's if you see the absorption taking place here and it's not coming down, there's no need to stay in. Right? There's no need to put our stop loss higher and hope that it's going to come because... And I think this is the hardest thing that I had to deal with when I started out as a trader. The hardest thing that I had to deal with was being emotionally attached to the trade. So for example, I really had a target in mind that I wanted gold to go to. And no matter what, even if I was in profit here at my entry, we were in profit, I really wanted price to get there. And if it was not getting there and it was pulling back, I was holding on to my trade. And imagine, and this is the worst thing that can happen, imagine going from profit to drawdown. You know how hard it is to close a trade once you're in profit first for a while. You're used to seeing the profit, the floating P&L, the floating profits, and then going back to drawdown. Then it becomes super hard mentally to close the trade. It becomes so hard to close that position. This is what I experienced personally. It's very hard to close that trade. So it's better to prepare yourself for something like that. And you set really clear rules for that. So if price, doesn't do something, you either take profits or you immediately set your stop loss on break even. And if you get hit, now you can chill. Now you can think, oh, maybe I will enter there, or I'll enter there, or I will enter, like we talked about, there, right? It's so much better than now fighting drawdown, because 90% of the time you will not close your position because it's just super annoying to close a position that was in profit in drawdown and then close it. It's very hard on your brain. So that's just management and then looking for a new best entry. And actually what you could think is also Now you could potentially think about, hey, I might get even a better price for my entry with a higher risk-reward ratio. Things like that. Okay? All right. Gabe says it's a downtrend. I don't think it will go up. Well, everything in a downtrend matters. I think you know, even in a downtrend, you make pullbacks, right? That doesn't mean the trend shifts. That doesn't mean we're going to go to the $5,000. It just means that we have a local support. We have some absorption right now, right here. And if price can break it, then it has to simply push back higher to find new sellers. And once those new sellers are found and we are operating in fair value, then we're going to see the push down again, right? It's like that. So imagine if we stayed into our trade right now. You see what happens? I hope you understand why, because it's a pretty important management right here. Yeah, look at that push. There we go. The fact that we're already there is actually pretty interesting. To be honest, the fact we're already there is pretty interesting. Yeah, we have to actually clean this up real quick because we have an updated chart. Where are we? I think oh, it's actually close. Yeah, right here. Yeah, we did tap into the very low of that swing. So we are seeing the rejection here already. That's good. Yeah, the 20 is still the 20, yeah? It's still there. Yeah, I would watch this level. The 91. Yeah, I think we're very close to it. So let's see if we can fine tune this entry. Finally some volume actually, guys. That's good. We can see that this zone eventually held support. Now it's time for some sort of pullback. Yeah, the 20 is still that level that I'm watching actually right here. Break above the 22. I don't really want to see that break above the 22. It's actually possible, but not above the 30. That would really signify the whole shift of the... That could really signify the reversal for me. Where if we break above the 30, we could see something like this. A much deeper pullback. But we are in our zone already, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we are. We are. Okay. Yeah, let's look at the... let's pay attention to this level right now. See what happens here. What about the longs? Yeah, we looked at longs, or not longs, but we looked at this area right here. That support, we couldn't really break it anymore. So we're just steadily watching right now how gold behaves around this level. I was actually planning to stop the stream because we got into our trade already. And we gave it a shot around our trade setup, but right now we are, yeah, interesting enough, already at an interesting level again. See what oil is doing. Oil is dropping. Is losing that support. So that's not really good for oil. So I would be patient here. I would wait for some weakness before we enter again. Yeah. I would definitely not be looking to go in aggressive. Please always come around this time. This is when the volume happens. Yeah, I'm gonna come Asian session early. And then let's see how long we can stream. I'm not planning to stream every day this long, but I love the price action, man. I'm actually like blown away by this price action right now. Not even about the trades yet, but for me, I can see the ticks, the cleanness. I can see it. It feels like the old days. It really does for me. Whereas the New York is just a bunch of random price action, big sweeps on each side, which is also fine if you trade the manipulation. But this is so much cleaner. Levels get respected, you know, things like that. Like it used to be. Yeah. I love it. Love it, love it. All right, oil is still breaking down. Dollar is still there. Dollar is there. Gold is struggling to break it. Right, it is definitely in an important level right now. But I'm not in yet. I'm not in this trade yet. Just thinking about the reaction right now. We know how important this level is. Such an important level. Yeah. What I'm waiting for is kind of the lower time frame confirmation here. And that's the only chance to see, am I willing to step in here already, or does price has to come up higher now that we found that support? And the only way to look at it is by looking pretty much how this candle closes and also where we close according to the previous candle. But this is price action. This is what we call price action. This is normal price action. Lorenzo, what are the crucial time in an Asian session? Crucial times in Asian session is, in my opinion, like 8, correct? 8 a.m. 9 a.m. Yeah, 9 a.m. 9 p.m. for New York. Yeah, around 9 p.m., 11 p.m. And then right now, pretty much. Around like 1:31. Yeah, that's 9 a.m. for me. Yeah, 9 p.m. in New York. Would you take longs? Well, the thing about longs is that, like, I would think about longs around. I would not potentially really think about longs here, because you've been trending. Fucking internet. And oil is pushing down as well. So oil, the dollar are still pushing down. So I don't really right now at this moment. And this is why it's so important for me to always look at the oil. Yeah, as long as the dollar is pushing down that aggressively, I don't think that entering shorts aggressively is the best decision right now. Definitely not. Oil as well, breaking hard. Lorenzo, gold has become a clown so far. It's a joke. I actually think that this is cleaner price action right now, Asia session. I actually think it's pretty clean, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's really, really nasty price action right now. During these sessions right here, I really think so. I think it's not that bad. I think that New York is much worse. Yeah. Yeah, so see right now dollar or oil is already breaking. So that's why I'm saying, like, be careful with oil, right? If oil is very weak, as it is right now, oil broke that support here. And before, oil was holding that support, and that's why you see now that gold is squeezing higher. So because of oil, I would say no trade right now. At least no short. And the dollar too. You see, I don't see any strength from the dollar right now. So I think gold has just a freeway right now, right, to push higher. At the current moment. Right, and you can see that we had that absorption right there. So either we took a trade aggressively, but there was no reason to trade gold aggressively because of the dollar and oil dropping. Yeah. So how do you do with this? I would say simple. When we look at just right now, the pullbacks. And what could happen is that we actually gonna see a little bit of a reversal. If the dollar closes below this low and oil as well, and it pulls back and it turns, let's say, this in resistance, right? So oil broke now below. This is oil, right? If oil breaks down and oil pulls back and it gets rejected here, right? This is that resistance, support. If this gets rejected here and it starts selling off, and it gets to this next zone, which is actually sitting right around there, right? So this is the next zone. Then this move to the downside will cause gold to do something like this, you would say, right? So we could see something like this still, right? So it totally depends on where we, how we are, where we react with gold right now. Because it seems to me that right now we are actually looking for a little bit of a stronger pullback. Yeah. But I think we're already back almost to London session. So we've been almost streaming for like, what, 5 hours right now, 4 hours and 30 minutes. So I think that London session is the session that we're gonna kind of avoid trading. And the CPI is in the New York session. But in my opinion, the conclusion is from this session today, I learned that the price action is very good. It's actually pretty clean. I could have taken out profits. I could have taken out and closed the trade already at the lows. So there are a lot of reasons for us to say price was good, price action was good, and it was clean. It made sense. Nothing was too crazy in relation to the rest of the market. So I'm definitely interested in trading the Asian session and continuously doing this because I see a lot of potential in it. I see a lot of potential. And in the end, it's about making money too. And if I have to sometimes switch sessions to do that and to perform in different market conditions, then I will do that 100%. Yeah. That's very good. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you guys would like to see that. Okay. Then we're going to just do this. And we're going to make sure that this becomes like a standard. And I learned a lot from this session right here. So I think I see a lot of potential. I'm going to go a bit deeper into a couple things. But I do see a lot of potential in the Asian session. And I hope that this can help also with people that cannot really attend all the New York sessions to join the Asian session instead. And with the cleaner price action, actually. So I think it's a good idea to do this, my friends. All right? I really think so. In the meantime, if you want to learn about the volume profile and how we look at those levels, etc., right? Yes, we use support and resistance, supply in a month. So download my trading war map, my G's, and then you can learn about the volume profile as well, which is something that you can do right here. It's a book of 300 pages. It's a big book. But in chapter 1, you can learn about the volume profile and everything right there. So a lot of people are new to the volume profile. And if people ask me, yo, what is your strategy about, etc., it's much more, there are much more layers to this, but the first thing that I like to do is to always tell people, yo, just go to chapter 1, okay? And check out the volume profile, the volume analysis section, and read this whole chapter. Read this whole chapter 1 and actually learn about this. You have all the settings there, how to set it up, how to make it the same as mine, what it is, how it works, why it works, and how volume works in a market, and why we look at those levels for our entries, etc. Okay? So everything is explained there. It's kind of like a playbook. It allows you to see how we work on the streams and why. And yeah, you can actually go through this right here, all these different patterns, structures, and you learn about it. And then you can come back to the streams as well with a bit more context, right? And a bit more insight. So if you're interested in that, you can get this book completely for free. There are no strings attached to this. Nothing to sell you here. So you can just set up the ebook and download it right there, my friends, and then go from there. Okay, last thing around gold right now, that's my last thing I want to say. And that is that as long as oil is breaking down now at the moment, and the dollar as well, it is trying to break it, I would be a little bit more cautious with gold at this moment in time. But what I do see in terms of the potential on gold, I see a lot of potential in gold from a perspective of, yeah, still reaching, and I need to see it, that mainly target that we were looking for, okay? And that is that 200 contract target right there at the 7.7, which is the 4155. It's still a level that I'm watching, that I want to see gold trading towards to. And on the higher time frame, okay, we are still looking at, let me see if I can find it here, the daily lows, right? The daily candle fill, that fill of that big, large daily candle. This is something that we are trying to break, okay? Or at least break to fill, I would say. It's something that we're trying to fill here right now. Gold is trying to break down. We are finding some support here. I definitely want to see that fill, potentially getting down towards this area. It is the 4100. But the question is, will we get there? In the meantime, we had our level marked out at the 4155. That was actually a target in the short term that we were, quote unquote, looking for. It's that blue line right here. Okay. But as long as we are getting respected and we're respecting this low and we can't break it, it's actually a double bottom right now, right? A double bottom, but we have not just kind of created equal lows. We want to trade towards that area. Okay. So we take the last swing high to the swing low here. We can see that there are some areas of resistance. I would pay attention to some of those levels and see from there. But oil needs to be a little bit more stronger, or oil and the dollar need to be in support, okay? If they're not in support, then it's going to be tough for oil to do so, because you want oil to be in support when you short gold. You don't want oil to break down when you want to short gold. You want oil to be at support first. Right here, this is a good example to look for shorts. This is why we looked for shorts on gold right there, because oil was in support there. And that's why we were looking for that short setup, right? That 100 pip move, etc. So if oil is now there and gold is back up again, that's when you pay attention to gold right there. And that's when it still could make the pullback we're looking for the continuation of the downtrend, pretty much. But for now, pay a lot of attention to how oil behaves, as well as the dollar index, because that's going to give you the exact tell sign if gold might look for continuation a little bit at the moment here. But anyways, man, I think today's session is amazing. I think we're going to come back to this. I'm going to let you guys know later when, what day, and maybe even make this a habit, okay? Maybe even from next week onwards, it becomes a standard for a couple days a week that we do the Asian session. You know, maybe this. So what I'm going to do, guys, for the Asian session here, I'm going to keep you guys updated in the community section right there, okay? Which is sitting right around there, okay? I'm going to post a community update inside of this channel. So the best thing that you can do is you can go to my channel, you click on subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. If you are already subscribed to this channel, then what you can do is simply go to the post section and I will make a post update. So you can actually see what I'm planning to do, when I'm planning to stream the next Asian session again. But I'm planning to do this multiple times a week. That's the conclusion right now. I'm pretty convinced. All right, much love, guys. Thank you so much. I hope you guys are doing well here. Put on the notifications, subscribe to this channel, and watch the post in the YouTube channel. And then we'll go from there. A couple things I need to fix. I'm gonna be back, I think, very soon.